the Board of Directors. The meeting is now called to order. It's 5. Can't even see, there's the clock. I'll just stay 5 o'clock. Okay, members of the public may attend and participate in the meeting in person or via Zoom. Instructions for submitting public comments are available on the meeting agenda. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Director Gleason.
Here.
Director Christine Tucker.
Here.
Director Ripple.
Here.
President Seer. Director Kishimoto.
Here.
Director McNiven.
Here.
Thank you. And Director Holman is absent.
Okay, there is one item on the special meeting agenda. The Skyline Field Office rapid assessment results and selection of the Sherrill site in Montebello Open Space Preserve as the new Skyline Field Office location to begin conceptual design. So we retreat. Or we get a presentation. Okay, sorry.
Good evening. My name is Gali Basone, Planner 3, and I'll be presenting on the site selection for the Skyline Field Office project. I'd like to acknowledge Tyler Smith, Planner 3, Tina Huggs, Senior Planner, who are also part of the project team. I also want to acknowledge that this project is an even bigger project team that supports, a lot of staff have supported this project and made it happen. I'm joined tonight by Susie Marzola, Principal, and Laura Levenberg, Project Architect with Siegel and Strain. The design team also includes engineers, a cost estimator, and landscape architects. The General Manager's recommendation for tonight is to accept the Skyline Field Office Rapid Assessment and Site Selection Report and select the Sherrill site as the new Skyline Field Office location to advance into the conceptual design phase. For the agenda tonight, there will be a presentation where I will share background and site evaluation information. We'll pause for board questions. Then I'll go over the results of the site evaluation and next steps, followed by additional board questions, public comment, and board discussion. I'm going to turn it over to Brandon Stewart, Land and Facilities Manager, to provide some context for this project. Okay.
Okay, can everyone hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. Thanks, Maria, for unmuting me. Good evening, board. Land Facilities Manager, Brandon Stewart. So on the screen that you see in front of me is a representation of the SFO area. As you can see in this slide, there are substantially more acres to manage in the SFO region versus the FFO, a 46% increase to put it into numbers. But what does that actually mean for maintenance? The majority of Tier 1, Tier 2 wildland fire treatment areas are located in the SFO region, which means more vegetation management work to accomplish to support the wildland fire resiliency. Additionally, the majority of culverts, roughly 1,077, and bridges, 153, are located in SFO, which means more maintenance and repair of infrastructure to support the open space maintenance and restoration program. And the majority of trails, 157.5 miles, are located in SFO, which means more trail brushing and trail maintenance work is required in this region. This doesn't even include the effort spent on expanding the conservation grazing program, ADA transition programs, and the multitude of random maintenance requests that we receive walking through the door each year. What this boils down to is that our land stewardship effort in this region, the SFO region, is growing. And if we are going to continue to maintain our infrastructure to harden, strengthen, and improve our ability to survive the effects of natural disasters, which we're seeing in Los Angeles, As a result of climate change, we need a facility that enables us to work effectively and efficiently towards meeting those goals. Thank you, and back to you, Golly.
Thank you, Brandon. As you can see, staff have outgrown the Skyline Field office. This facility was designed in 1993 for about 16 people, and now up to 55 people report to this office. In order to make the space work, staff have had to stagger shifts. And even with staggering shifts, there are still long shower wait times, not enough locker spaces, 3 staff in each office, a small kitchenette, no break room, and 1 multi-purpose meeting room. In addition, the shop is undersized. The existing storage is inefficiently organized, and that's really due to the site layout. There isn't enough storage for equipment and materials, and poor vehicle circulation, as well as insufficient parking and insufficient utilities. These are the board-approved project goals and approved in October 2023. The goals are to address facility deficiencies and improve functionality, address the Skyline Field office needs, accommodate current and projected staff growth for the next 30 to 40 years, incorporate design elements that reflect and complement the character of the site, and include sustainable building and site features. Also to maintain internal equity for staff facilities, enhance workplace interactions and efficiencies that allow for standard start times and space for large staff gatherings and meetings, and create a workplace environment that attracts and retains staff. Incorporate fire resiliency goals into the design and construction, and implement the project for cost and time efficiency. Finally, to maximize efficiency of the land and to centralize ranger and maintenance needs. In order to achieve these goals, staff searched for a site that is large, flat, and relatively disturbed, as well as being easily accessible from the road. We worked closely with field staff and real property and found sites that meet this criteria are hard to find in the region. Working closely with field staff, we did identify 3 potential sites. One is the current Skyline Field office. The second is the portion of the Skyline Ridge Open Space Preserve parking area, which is site option 2. And the third is the former Sherrill Winery site, which includes a portion of the Christmas tree farm as site option 3. This is an aerial view of the current Skyline Field office. The developed area on the site is approximately 3.5 acres or 140,000 square feet, excluding the driveway. For comparison purposes, the Foothills Field office is 101,000 square feet or 2.5 acres. The Foothills Field office is also supplemented by the South Area office. This is an aerial image of the Skyline Ridge Open Space Preserve Circle Lot, or Site 2. This is a view of driving northbound on Skyline Boulevard of the Circle Lot on the left. The parking area for the new office would encompass the parking lot, and the buildings would encompass that flat area that you are looking at right now. The third site is the Sherrill site, which is the former winery and includes a portion of the Christmas tree farm on the Montebello side. This topographic map shows the slopes on the site. The field office was outlined on the map that you see, and I wanted to draw your attention to the berms along Skyline Boulevard. These hide from view where the field office would be. There is a break in the berm really where the label Skyline Boulevard ends, there's a break in the berm. This is a video taken in Google Earth. You'll notice Highway 35 as the yellow line throughout the site. Cheryl site is to the left. The Skyline Ridge Open Space Preserve parking entrance is to the right. You can make out that berm, and the break in the berm is where those trees are along the along Skyline Boulevard. This view shows you more of the terrain, where the driveway, the buildings, and the parking would go. And it also helps show you where the site is situated a little bit back from the highway. This is a video driving southbound. We just passed the entrance to the gate that takes you into the Cheryl site. This gives you a view of the berm, which blocks a lot of the view, as well as a break where you do get the views of the site. Keep in mind that this would be somebody driving, looking very intently out the window to the left and not straight ahead. We wanted to look at the impact to the views from surrounding open space. This photo was taken looking towards Montebello, so Highway 35 is behind the photographer. This shows you where the buildings, the storage, and the parking would go. This is a view from Montebello looking down onto the site, looking towards Cheryl. You can see it's pretty far away. It's a bit hard to see. This is a view from the Ippewa Trail looking towards Cheryl within Skyline Ridge Open Space Preserve. This view, there's just a couple of points along the trail where this view comes into the person's eyesight. So it's mostly hidden, but this is what it looks like in a few points along the trail. The district residence is there on the left to help orient you. I will now turn it over to Siegel and Strain to present the rapid assessment results.
Thank you, Golly. My name is Susie Marzola. I'm with Siegel and Strain Architects, a principal there, and I'm here today with Laura Levenberg, who is an associate and the project architect for this. And I will say it's been a great pleasure and a tremendous honor to work with a wonderful team, a dedicated team on this project. I will walk you through what we've learned in our process that included document review, site analysis, site spatial needs study, and how these functions may lay out on the 3 alternative sites. After our presentation here, the one I'm making here right now, Laura, Golly, and other team members from the site or from the team associated with this project are available to answer questions, and then Golly will get back into presenting the findings and the process of coming to a recommendation. So here are our tasks, an overview of the tasks that we conducted during this effort. And I'll start with saying that we started our efforts by learning more about the project history, background, and understanding the district's values and goals. We reviewed all the district's documents. We held a session with the field staff. We interviewed 21 staff members across 8 interview sessions. We received input from 34 staff members on what matters most in evaluating these sites, and that's what went into the evaluation criteria. We also visited your Foothills and the South Area District offices to see what worked there. We reviewed the physical spaces at the SFO field office and how your field actually uses them on a day-to-day basis. And we walked each of the potential sites to get to know them firsthand. For each site, in terms of the analysis, we looked at topography, natural resources, solar orientation, wind patterns, view sheds, property lines and setbacks, utilities, and as mentioned, the areas of previously disturbed land. We then documented what we call a preliminary spatial program based on what we heard thus far from this effort and what we saw. We also analyzed the South Area and Foothill offices to better understand what spaces this field office would need to operate more efficiently based on function and district standards. And a big takeaway, one that you already know, is that the current Skyline Field Office has outgrown current facilities by wide margins. As mentioned, it was designed for 16, and today 50 to 60 people report to work there on a daily basis. There's a very detailed program summary in the report you received, which can be summarized as shown here on the screen into two main categories. The courtyard space is on the right side of the screen. The support spaces are on the left. And these numbers, just so that you know, are in gross areas, meaning they include wall space and inner space between spaces, if you will. Looking at the numbers on the bottom, you can see that almost every area, sub-area, needed to be larger to handle your projected growth, actually your current growth, and to create safer, more efficient workspaces. Starting with the courtyard, which is on the right, this includes the current shops, which are undersized by about 2,800 square feet compared to your other field office operations and compared to what you need here. And the biggest increase you can see there is in outdoor space for vehicles. That's closer to 10,000 square feet, which is not including circulation even to get to these spaces. So why that jump? What's going on here? Well, remember the original facility was designed for 16 spaces. Current workforce calls for about 100 spaces, which are currently handled with these informal spaces that are tucked around the existing field office. I'm sure you've seen them in your visits there. And then the projected growth includes an additional 20 spaces. So in total, for our test fits for this portion of our effort, we are assuming a total of 130 parking spaces, 60 for fleet, 60 for staff, and then an additional 10 for visitors. And of course, our goal is once we get into design to really fine tune these numbers and make sure we have what we need for projected growth and not more than we need. On the support side, on the other side of the slide, the offices, that includes offices, admin, lab space, multi-purpose meeting rooms, briefing rooms, staff facilities that are required to grow to meet current standards, and then as demonstrated in the other field office, and then beyond to handle the projected growth into the future. And that tallies about 7,000 square feet additional total. So looking at this in a different format, in a pie chart format, in the bigger picture, the pie chart on the left shows the existing field office at Skyline, which totals about 44,000 square feet. And on the right, it's what you'll need, which is 63,500 square feet, about 1.4 times bigger than what you currently have there. And the courtyard, which is from that gray around to the green, takes up the largest wedge of the pie. It's hardly a wedge anymore. It's more of the majority of the pie. And it's particularly that vehicle storage and fleet space that's in the dark gray, which makes sense given the nature of the work that happens here. People have to get there and then they have to go out into the field, most of them, to do the work they're doing. And again, to emphasize, these are preliminary area takeoffs, and we'll refine these during design to make the most efficient use of space while meeting the operational needs and meeting efficiency goals. we used these preliminary calculations to develop test fit diagrams, which I'm going to show you here in a moment, so that we could compare the layout options and evaluate the sites against the established criteria to select the preferred location. Once that site is selected, we'll then employ all sorts of space and cost savings strategies like right sizing, overlapping compatible uses, and other approaches with the goal of reduction without compromising function, efficiency, and safety, and other project goals. Based on that, we worked with your staff to develop criteria, evaluation criteria, which you also partook in to evaluate these different layouts. And Gali will walk us through that effort after a Q&A session. And for now, I'm just going to walk you through a few of the key design principles that we have discovered for this project moving forward. One of the things we noticed at both your South Area office and the Foothill Field office is how important clear boundaries are. They help organize operations, and at Foothill, these clear boundaries help keep the public's experience of open space separate from the field office and courtyard facilities and operations. Given the size of the operation, safe movement is critical. How vehicles and people move through the site will drive how we organize the future site plan. We also want to group similar activities together and plan work yards that are well organized and big enough for both regular operations and the coming and going of the field office staff and for special projects, which your staff does a number of at these locations. And even at this early stage, we're thinking about how to protect and enhance the natural environment around the field office and courtyard, which of course is central to your mission as an open space district. During design, we'll also consider simple building forms and fire resilient materials that will complement the natural setting. Once all this background work was done, we then created the test bits, which I'm going to walk you through right now, to assess the spatial capability for these three potential sites. So going back to here's the program that we scaled to one another that we're trying to fit on each of the sites. And the lower diagram here is what we call an adjacency study or an adjacency diagram that indicates an optimized arrangement of how visitors, but of course, much more importantly, field office staff might move through the site during a typical day. So staff and visitors arrive by car, and the parking lot shown here to the north of that lower diagram. The first stop is then office and admin. Staff then moves into the support spaces to prepare for their day, indicated with number 2. And then from there, they either get a fleet vehicle or they head to the shops, depending on what their day looks like. Some then take fleet vehicles out into the field directly, or they'll move into the work yard to gather materials or equipment to take out into the field or to conduct a special project. And just a reminder, the project, a district goal for this project is to keep the visitor services and the land and facility staff together on one site in an effort to promote information sharing and collaboration, both of which are critical to the culture of the district and the use of these spaces. So keeping these two departments together will also allow for shared use and a more compact footprint, whereas if we were to separate them, we'd need more space to accommodate uses which would otherwise, or functions which would otherwise be shared. So we then took this flow diagram, if you will, and placed it over the 3 sites to see how it laid out and how well it fit to that ideal flow chart, if you will, or adjacency diagram. Here's the first site, your existing site. And this one has, as you know, a very challenging terrain. It's steep with limited flat areas, and we worked around those existing flat areas and added space where needed. But this created separate and comparatively small work yards at different levels across the site, and requiring that staff would travel from one work yard to another throughout their day, so compromising perhaps efficiency a little bit. During construction, operations here would need to be relocated elsewhere temporarily. And in this case, we just did a quick diagram over the equestrian parking lot to incorporate that cost into this alternative study. The development here is about 140,000 square feet or 3.2 acres, and that does not include the temporary site. The flatter, this is the circle plot site, as we call it. This is a flatter site, which allows for a more compact layout. And as we all know, it's visible from Skyline, which would require additional screening, which we're showing here along Skyline Boulevard at the top of the page, if you will. But otherwise, this layout matches that adjacency diagram, keeping the activities together that need to be together and in a good sequence, a good logical order. This site development is 130,000 square feet or 3 acres, which is some 10,000 square feet less than the current site you have now. So the last site is the Sherrill site. It falls between the two in terms of terrain. It's not as flat as the Circle Lot site, and it's not as steep as the current site, but it does have a slope to it. This site will need, therefore, more grading, which increases cost, but it is less visible, as we have seen in the video from Skyline Boulevard. The development here is 160,000 square feet, and that in part includes, because of the way the parking is configured on this site, that includes those strips between the parking spaces in an effort to allow for the circulation around the parking. And this is exactly something we look at compressing in a conceptual design and a design study should this site be selected. The development area here is 160,000, 3.6 acres, 2.5 of which are currently tree farm. More than both of the other sites, of course, and that's due to this terracing. And as I said, we look into compressing that and figuring out, making sure that we got the most compact site we could with a configuration on this location. So our final step was to take all this information, provide it to Gali and the district for their scoring against the criteria. And we provided this to our cost planner so that he could prepare rough order of magnitude cost, also information for this analysis. As mentioned, once a site is selected, we'll work with the staff to refine the conceptual design, including preliminary floor and site plans based on a right-sized spatial program. We'll have a grading approach. We'll study building massing and exterior materials. We'll make sure the circulation flow is as it needs to be. We'll look at utilities, building systems, and we'll look at sustainability and resiliency features. And for this, we come to these projects with a passive first strategy and study building orientation to optimize all the passive approaches we can take first so that our equipment is as small as it can be. That's building orientation, daylighting, solar exposure, all those things so that we can reduce our energy load. We'll also leverage the experience our firm has, our design team and other experts we've come to know through our fire rebuild work, which we've done not a ton of, but a few significant projects recently, one being Berkeley Tuolumne Camp, which is in a high fire zone area. And we're now working with Cal Poly on this Swanton Pacific Ranch, which is north of Davenport. And through this, we have learned we work with local fire districts and organizations like the WUI Institute at Cal Poly to help devise ways to make the sites more safe to firestorm and to allow for the best possible evacuation planning. What the things we're looking for here is defensible space, ignition resilient materials, evacuation planning, and other fire prevention strategies, including what we expect will come out of the very tragic fires we're seeing right now in the LA area. And all of this with the goal of meeting the project goals, staying within budget, and supporting your mission. So that's my presentation. And now I think we go to questions. And then Golly will return back to the evaluation. Thank you.
Any questions from the board member? Do you have one? No? Yes? Okay, please.
Go first? Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. And I probably like some of the other board members, I got the field trip to see the SFO current facilities, of course, and then just yesterday we went to see the proposed sites, and that was helped. And of course, there's no question that the SFO is beyond we understand the need for renovation or new buildings. Okay, so I do have a couple questions. One is this parking requirement. I mean, and I understand that sometimes you do want everyone to come at the same time so that there's more, everyone meets each other. But on the other hand, are we going to have this giant lot and it's going to be empty 95% of the time?
So we would also have to comply sort of with permit requirements for parking. I think we would try to minimize the spaces as much as possible. A lot of it is also kind of our fleet and needing electrical charging equipment for charging the fleet. So we would try to reduce it in terms, but we also would need to meet permit requirements for how much parking is required for the site.
Yeah, I don't know what the requirements are in the OS area, but and speaking of EV, you're expecting to have charging at every spot then, basically? Is that?
Not every spot, but we need to have as much of our fleet electrified as possible. Brandon Stewart could talk a little bit more about the future fleet plan. Some equipment will still need to be on diesel just because of the nature of the equipment. But as much as possible, our fleet will be electrified. And then we need to have some charging spaces also for staff that drive electric vehicles.
Okay, I have a couple other questions, but I mean, I would like some more, I mean, if you could tell me more about the permit requirements, because I mean, it is true. I mean, to have a huge parking space, you saw how large it is. It's just sitting there empty almost all, 95% of the time is.
Yeah,
Sorry,
please.
hop in. I think that in the program refinement, really getting into how many cars we need, because one in our diagram, our adjacency diagram, there were two lots and they were about the same size. And one was when staff arrives in a vehicle and the other is when staff takes a fleet vehicle out and into the field. Maybe that we can compress because we can park things in tandem. I mean, we can understand what are these vehicles and that as a way to reduce size. And one of the things that happens now is there is carpooling for the other side of the lot for the staff. How can we carpool? How can we encourage different ways to reduce that amount of paving that's up there? I think what will happen is half of the time one of the lots will be full and the other half of the time, the other lot will be full, depending on
Mm.
how people get there. So, and then what vehicles are having to go out into the field. So there's a whole operations aspect and study of this to really, we agree, that's a huge space. And
Yeah.
can we size the spaces appropriately? You know, all those tricks that one
Possibly
knows.
break up the
Right.
plate, break
and,
them up,
and
yeah.
that is an area, you know, you look at the biggest pieces of the pie first,
Mhm.
and that's a big piece of the pie that needs to be investigated. We agree with you, and that's a refinement that we would look into. But for this, let's see how this lays out, and this is what we're learning, and that tells us many things, one of them being, what can we do about that?
Mm. Okay, and let's say I asked a question earlier about the proximity to the earthquake zones and especially the rupture areas. Can you talk about that?
Do you want to pull up which? There is a figure in the report, pulling up the page right now. Oh, sorry. Page 144.
PDF attachment to page 97.
Yeah, attachment to page 97. I also have a quick map that shows you where the fault lines are.
Yeah. Mm, yeah, I see, okay, yeah. So site 3 is the closest, I guess, but
And so the map on the screen shows you where the site is in relation to the fault lines as well.
right. I mean, it is I guess anything we build up there is going to be close to the San Andreas Fault, but something to always keep in mind.
About half a mile, yeah.
Half a mile, really? Wow.
And they've had experience.
I can talk to Portola Valley Town Center, if you're familiar with that.
Yeah.
Property, the school district had built a property over the San Andreas Fault line, which is a in echelon site or fault condition at the site location.
Mhm.
And we had many conversations with many geologists and geotechnical engineers, and we built 75 feet from the San Andreas Fault on top of it. And our motto was shake, not shear. And we have an emergency operations center there.
Wow.
And we can plan for shake.
Mm.
We can't plan for shear. So that's why it was so important to get it off the site. And we were able to do that with a combination. We worked on that project with a seismic structural engineer that really helped us design those foundations. And like I said, our motto was shake, not shear. We can handle shake for small one-story buildings. These will be mostly small one-story buildings. But we got to get it off the fault line. We are a lot more than 75 feet from the small
I
line.
see.
But that's what we know. There's
Okay.
foundation design, there's geotechnical engineering will be involved. We've started that study and designing it to meet the shake requirements and
Okay.
safety factors.
Great. Well, 2 more questions, if it's okay. One is, I guess there was a sentence in the staff report about the impact on Stevens Creek watershed and what was meant there.
We were referring to the fact that it's within the watershed, and so any development has the potential for impacts. Obviously, we would take care during the design process, during construction with best management practices and having stormwater basins to capture runoff to minimize those impacts. But it is within the watershed, so
Mhm.
there could be impacts.
Okay. Then, and as I was coming in, I'm sorry I didn't give you earlier heads up about this, but you mentioned that, so this site 3 is in the city of Palo Alto.
Part of it is, yeah.
Well, the office building is, right?
Yes.
Almost all entirely, right?
Yeah.
And as you know, I used to be on the Palo Alto City Council, so I know how strict we are about these things. So it's an OS zoning, is that right? Okay.
Believe so. Just.
I'm pretty sure I saw one PF zone nearby, but
Recreational use in the open space zoning district.
open space, yeah. I kind of, looked at it and I didn't really see a reference that, the table that allows the CUP, I didn't see it in there. So I would, even though you have one staff response, I would go back and read the original documents and.
Okay, that's definitely something that as we get
Yeah.
into the design process, we'll
Yeah,
flesh out
it's a
further.
big one. Well, otherwise you would have to do a rezoning to a
Mhm.
PF, public facility and.
Yeah,
it's-
he did speak to his manager, so
Really?
I feel comfortable that he checked with
Mm,
the manager of the planning department to.
Well, read it with your own eyes and
Okay.
come to your own conclusions, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. So a few questions, and feel free to defer these to the rest of the presentation if it's more appropriate. I've just a general question. So this is the Cheryl Winery site. Where was the winery? I mean, just kind of, I'm thinking kind of from the disturbed area, if you will. And I'm assuming the house that's up there was that part of the
Cheryl.
winery?
The test pit, okay. Loading.
The house, though, that you're, make sure to speak into the mic. The district-owned residence that is there now will remain. And the winery,
Sorry, it's not showing up in our slide view.
it's on
It's a big.
Well,
and the,
Oh, why is it?
projecting? So we're just seeing the desktop.
if it's not, maybe we can come back to that. I mean, this is just more of a
It's not
curiosity
separate.
question than a,
Yeah,
yes,
it's
no question.
less, there we go. Okay,
okay.
so here, oh, you probably can't see my cursor. At number 1, the office admin building, you can see on the lower left corner of it, a red dashed rectangle. It may not show up as red until you get in really close, but there's a dashed line there at the bottom left corner of the building noted number 1, and that was the former winery building, or that was the winery building.
Okay. And were there vineyards there too, or this was just a winery so that?
I believe it was just processing
Oh, okay.
space, yeah.
Interesting.
They did put a big vineyard in, but they put it in July.
Oh.
And by the time we got the first rain, it didn't look very good. So it didn't do anything.
I see. And just, and when was this in play, in operation? I mean, any,
I don't know when it started, in the 70s.
in the
Okay,
70s? Oh,
and it
oh,
was torn down in, I think, 2011. Yeah.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. Thanks. Second question is, how should we be thinking about, I mean, Brandon kind of started out to say foothills, if you will, versus skyline. But, we've got the coastal field office and, we've got an agenda item coming up about and so I'm wondering how either are we going to think about, okay, that's going to absorb some of the capacity and I know we wouldn't do this, but are we double building and, how do we make sure that we've got all those taken into account?
Yeah, I can answer that, but I just want to check if Brandon online would like to answer that.
Go ahead, Golly, and then I'll follow up.
Okay. So we definitely are taking into account the coastal field office, always with the assumption, even before we knew we had a site, that, this is for 30 or 40 years. And so there will be a coastal field office.
Sure.
And so we worked closely with management staff to do staff projections, including for the coastal office, and determined that at the Skyline Field office with the coastal office, are projecting 20 additional staff would be at the Skyline Field Office facility.
So that would
And
take it up to around 70.
around
right?
70,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
And the facilities that are needed even for current staff, plus, so we took that into account, then adding sort of 20 additional staff to that.
Okay.
Brandon, do you have anything to add?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for this question. You know, the two really big program components of my operation is really hinging around our open space maintenance and restoration program. And that really identifies all of the infrastructure, our roads, our trails, our bridges, our puncheons, our culverts. All of those components of our infrastructure run through that program for repair and replacement. The large majority of those infrastructure components are within that Skyline corridor. So you imagine that the majority of our culverts and bridges and trails are within that Skyline Highway 35 region. So even though we will have maintenance obligations along the coast, the majority of our maintenance obligations for our existing infrastructure are in the Skyline region. And additionally, you know, I've been having a lot of conversations with my staff, and I believe Craig's there in the crowd, and I had a conversation with him this morning about thinking in the future of how we can be planning for increased resilience of these infrastructure items. How do we harden our culverts? How do we harden our bridges for the event of a natural disaster? So that work is really going to hinge and pivot out of the SFO region because of how close those assets are to that facility. Additionally, most of our Tier 1, Tier 2 projects are within the Skyline region. Those are all of our wildland fire resiliency program projects that have been identified through our modeling process as outlined in our environmental impact report that really highlights where we should be focusing all of our wildland fire treatments or wildland fuel treatments and all of our forest health work, which is mainly vegetation work. So most of that work, and I wish I had a map that I could share readily, but the heat map is really highlighted within that Skyline corridor. So those are two huge programs that are in my operation, and the majority of the work that are in those two programs are in the Skyline area. Not to say that there isn't going to be additional work as we continue to expand the conservation grazing program, continue to build out Prisma to the Sea, trail and parking areas, and plan for future access out of Cloverdale, but that's a long ways off. And also, you know, those impacts and those maintenance needs aren't as great as what we're seeing and what we're going to continue to experience in the Skyline region. Is that helpful?
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brandon. My last question is, and again, thank you for the tour and the tours. They're really, really helpful. And you know, I kind of came away from the Scotts to Cheryl site. It just looks like it's the one to go with. But the one that's heartburn, if there's one thing that kind of keeps me up at night, it's the impact on the tree farm. And if either now or throughout the presentation, could you talk about how we are trying to minimize the impact on the tree farm? Because in fact, I know when we first talked about this, I was thinking it was like 10 acres or something. And then now it's, I think, like 2.5, but still, I think there's that would be some concern, and just how are we working through that? And can we make it even less?
Yeah, I have a slide for that in the next portion of the presentation.
We can just wait for that if that's
if that's
appropriate. That's
okay?
fine.
Yeah, okay.
Great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I also had a question, you know, given that later on in this meeting, we'll be voting hopefully to acquire our new coastal field office. And that site's actually spectacular on so many levels. It brings with it so much capacity in ways that we might never have imagined. And so I did have to wonder whether the analysis of this particular site was still as relevant as it should be, given that we're going to spend, you know, $8 million on a coastal field office, where perhaps interpretive stuff or some of the things that we're thinking we need to put in the skyline area could actually be placed elsewhere. So that is still a question in my mind that I'm not sure I've heard an answer that makes me feel confident yet. I also went back, I spoke with Larry Hassett this morning, and he reminded me about the standards for architectural and site control within the Skyline Scenic Corridor. So I went back and dug that document out and looked at it. And it really does emphasize that building in this Skyline corridor is intended to maintain the very rural character of that area. So I started to think, if we build the Sherrill site, are we actually doing something that we've been opposed to for a long time, and that's creating sprawl? Where, you know, if we have the Skyline Field Office, a disturbed site already, it's already a place. Would it be possible to make that site work? And I know we could, but would there be a way to use the Sherrill site for much smaller footprint to maybe place some heavy equipment or some of the parking needs that we think we're going to have? So I'm thinking about that. And I also, my third, and these are kind of semi-questions, semi-comments, I'm thinking about the AO, you know, where we have a lot of excess capacity in this building that we never thought we would have, and want to make sure that 130 parking spaces up there in that very rural area, oh my God, it gives me palpitations to think about that many people up there. And I understand we have a lot of work to do, and we have a lot of very important work to do in that area, and we have to be mindful of our staff culture and all that. But and you know what works well for the rangers and for the people that are doing the very important work up in that Skyline corridor. But I just have some questions now about, are we right sizing this, or are we doing the Big Mac?
Well, let's see, I'm trying to think of, I would, I guess, echo Brandon's comments about all the work and infrastructure and trails that are up in the Skyline region. And so I think even with the Coastal Field Office, that the having a presence up at Skyline, also for law enforcement response times, emergency response times is really critical for the Skyline region. Regarding the right sizing, when we did the test fits, we're really looking at kind of the biggest case scenario. We're not looking at this phase, shrinking down the footprint that comes through the design process, because we want to make sure that the site can fit everything. You know, we don't want to select a site and then find out, hey, this isn't going to work because we actually can't park everyone here, or there isn't sufficient circulation for a large vehicle. So the goal would be, as we move through the design process with our architects, to compact, to be efficient, as Susie said, as well as for cost reasons too. You know, we want to be mindful of extra building is also extra costs. We want to be mindful of our neighbors, of the Christmas tree farm. We want to minimize the impacts to their operations. So our goal during the design process is to go through a more deeper look into the footprint, and to really try to minimize that.
Thank you for that. I think one of the things, I guess, as you're talking, I'm thinking, well, if we build this whole brand new site at Sherrill, we've got the whole existing SFO up there. We've got all those buildings, all those structures that then aren't factored into the cost of Sherrill at all, or the Skyline Ridge, the circle. And then that's a whole another level of capacity and people up there. So I felt like that it's not something that we have addressed in this report, which makes it hard for me to weigh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you bring up a good point. I do talk about it when we get to the next portion of the presentation. For now, our thinking is that we don't want to put a lot, if another site is selected, we wouldn't want to put a lot of money into also redoing, the existing Skyline site, but doing something minimal that would make it still useful for functions such as a place where docents can come and have their trainings, a place where volunteers can come and have their trainings, a place where staff can meet, um, you know, uh, uh, do their like CPR training where they have, the dummies and they can lay them all out and have the space to do that. So something minimal that still supports the district. And then we would have to come back to the board to also get your input on next steps. But that's our initial thinking.
That's all for now. Thank you.
Yeah, question about fire. Is there any particular assumption about what type of fire event could occur during the lifetime of the site or the buildings?
No, we don't have that. At the next phase, we would work with fire experts, modeling, right?
And in designing the safest facility, designing the safest facility we can at that time, but we have not modeled, we haven't worked with, for example, the WUI Institute on this to model how fire would track through here based on factors we understand now, wind, climate, et cetera. We have not modeled that yet during this phase.
And then I just wanted to clarify, you talked about the parking being sized at 60 for staff, 60 for fleet, and 10 for visitors. And was that was consistent with the assumption that you talked about that was, I forget the numbers now, you had it
70 staff.
70 staff. And when you mentioned that, you talked about a plus 20.
Oh, right now it's about 50, approximately 50, so 20 from
Okay.
current numbers. It fluctuates a little bit with seasonals and how many seasonals are on for the season.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think my other questions are for the second part.
Should I continue or?
We're ready for the next part of
Next
your
portion, okay.
presentation.
So these are the criteria that each site was evaluated against. I'll briefly summarize what is included in each category. The function and workplace culture criteria is about how well the site functions, that there's adequate and flexible space, and that the layout of the space is efficient. Included in this category is impacts to staff during construction of a new facility. The organization, adjacencies, and circulation criteria is about how well the site is laid out for vehicles and large equipment, and as well as adequate circulation. This includes maneuvering, loading, unloading, fueling, cleaning, maintaining, and charging of vehicles, as well as ingress, egress to and from Skyline Boulevard. The third criteria focuses on the site character and surrounding site resources. This includes natural resources, views, agriculture, site security, and public access. Resiliency and sustainability focus on utilities, defensible space, and resiliency of operations. And the planning criteria relates to challenges with permitting and entitlements. Each category is assigned a factor weight of 1 or 2, with 2 being of highest importance. And so the weighting category 2 was given to categories 1 and 2. The other 3 categories are weighted a factor of 1. And the weights were added after extensive input from staff and really highlight the need for a future field office to function for staff in order for the project to be successful and for staff to best carry out the district's mission. It doesn't mean that the other categories are not important. The board approved the evaluation categories, criteria, and weights at the October 2024 board meeting. A 13-person team from 5 departments evaluated each site against the criterias within each category using a score of 0 to 3. A site with a score of 0 does not meet expectations. A site with a score of 3 exceeds expectations. Scores were then averaged across all the categories. And then we applied the weight, and the total value was summed and averaged for a final score. The final scores are the Skyline Field Office had the lowest score of 1.8, followed by the Circle Lot with the score of 2.2, and the Sherrill site with the score of 2.5. This result shows that the Skyline Field Office does not meet expectations overall based on our scoring criteria and categories. The Circle Lot and the Sherrill site do. Removing the weights changed the overall scores slightly, but the results were still similar, with the Skyline Field Office still not meeting expectations, and the other two are in the same order. The different categories help illustrate the strengths and challenges of each of the sites. The Skyline Field Office ranks the lowest in categories 1, 2, and 4. This is due to the impact on field staff during construction, the dispersed and inefficient layout of the site, and poor vehicle circulation that requires multiple turnarounds. The site also has topographic challenges that make it harder to maintain defensible space. The Circle Lot generally ranked between the Skyline Field Office and the Sherrill site in all categories, but did the poorest in Category 3 due to its visibility from the highway, which impacts views and makes site security more of a challenge. The site also impacts the parking, restrooms, and trailhead at the Skyline Ridge Open Space Preserve. The Sherrill site ranked the highest in the first 2 categories related to function, layout, and circulation. The site also lends itself well for resiliency and sustainability. The disadvantage of the site is in Category 3, and that is due to the impacts of the Christmas tree farm. I will go into a little more details about the advantages and disadvantages of the sites in the next few slides. So the advantages of the Skyline Field Office, it is already developed. It's not visible from Skyline Boulevard or in most surrounding open space. There's going to be less earthwork required than the other sites, and there's some site infrastructure that can be used and expanded upon. The disadvantages for the Skyline Field Office site are listed here. The main drawbacks are the impacts to staff during construction, which are costly and disruptive. The topographical constraints, which disperse the layout, create inefficiencies, and do not give the site much flexibility. Those constraints also make maneuvering vehicles and equipment, which is a central function of a field office, a challenge. The main advantage of the Circle Lot is also related to the topography, which allows for an efficient, compact, and flexible layout with clear and sufficient circulation. Another main advantage is that it allows the Skyline Field Office to be operational while the site is being constructed, which minimizes the impact to staff during construction. The main disadvantage of the Circle Lot is it's due to its location. It's close to and visible from Skyline Boulevard and nearby trails. It displaces the parking, restroom, and requires rerouting of trails. Due to its visibility, it would require extensive planting of screening vegetation and more measures to help delineate the site and make it secure from the public. The main advantages of the Sherrill site are similar to the Circle Lot in that it allows the Skyline Field Office to be operational during construction. minimizing impacts to staff. The topography of the site also allows for an efficient, compact, and flexible field office with clear and sufficient circulation, as well as a lot of outdoor workspace. The site does not have public trails or access, which makes it easier to secure. The main disadvantage of the Sherrill site is it does impact a portion of the Christmas tree farm, and it requires the most earthwork and retaining walls of the 3 sites. The Skyline Christmas Tree Farm leases 52 acres in Skyline Ridge and Montebello open space preserves. As the site is currently laid out in the test fit, there are 2.5 acres of impacts, or approximately 5% of the leased area. As we mentioned earlier, test fits are not designs, and we would work closely with our architects to lessen the impacts to the tree farm during the design phase of the project. The essential function, excuse me, I'm going to turn this over to Brandon Stewart for this slide.
You can take it if you want it, Golly, but I'll help you out.
I was just, you take it, Brandon.
You got it. Well, thank you. We've talked about some, advantages and disadvantages of some of the sites, but one advantage of the Sherrill site is no need for a temporary facility during construction. As we all know, the essential function of my team is to provide services that improve the experience of our visitors. All of the services we provide to improve each and everyone's visit hinge on our ability to mobilize to locations quickly, deliver materials and equipment readily and safely, complete our work tasks timely, and return to the center of operations to reduce the amount of time we spend driving and increase the amount of time we spend working. Any deviation of those functions directly impacts our ability to provide those essential services. Now, granted, after a few months at a new location, we'll learn, new routes, we'll learn some production efficiencies. However, there will be trade-offs. Some of the trade-offs that I've listed here are security and safety. We all know that our current SFO location is nestled off the side of the road, and there is a gate for entrance. But at the proposed equestrian lot here, we're a little bit more exposed. And we've got some expensive equipment and some expensive vehicles that makes me a little nervous to have them a little bit more exposed in this type of a setting. So I'd be very concerned about security and safety. Additionally, it's expensive. This is an added expense of new locker space and new facilities for the 2+ years while we're under construction. So that adds to the total project cost. And then we've talked about the disruption to programs, right? So as my staff have to find new pathways, new ways to get things delivered, new ways to mobilize staff, it does have an impact on the services that we complete. And also, as we're moving from site to site or moving in, we've all experienced what it's like to unpack boxes and, try and get the cable guy and to get out and visit and hook us our cable up. It does take time to settle into a new space. So that's an opportunity cost. The time that we're spent moving in and unpacking boxes is less time on fixing culverts and doing vegetation management work. And then lastly, and I think this is the biggest one, and I've heard a lot of comments about this, is the impact to staff. If we move once, it's one thing, but if this would cause us to move twice, and I think of the top 5 greatest stressors in life, death, divorce, moving, illness, and a new job, this ranks right up there with, high stressors for staff. So if we did have to go to a temporary site, we would not only move once to the temporary site, but then move from the temporary site over to the new site, which would have a substantial impact. Thank you.
I will just add to that one of the reasons that remodeling a new site for the administrative office rather than where the district offices were is because it would have been very disruptive to staff.
Mm-hmm. And we did look into locations, industrial locations in areas that are zoned industrial. We looked at a place in San Carlos that would have met our needs. And I believe we came back to the tune of roughly $250,000 to $360,000 a year, because we would be required to, improve that site and then pay rent. But also you're thinking driving down from San Carlos all the way up to the hills. That's a lot of time spent driving and not a lot of time spent mowing and conducting all of our maintenance activities. Thanks, Golly.
Thank you, Brandon. So these are the preliminary costs based on the test fits. Just to give an order of magnitude, we would obviously work to bring down the costs during refinement of the design process. The Skyline Field Office site was the most expensive, and that is due to the costs of demolition, temporary facilities, and efficiency lost, which is an estimate of staff time that would be lost due to the move, having things spread out, having to get used to new systems. The Skyline and Sherrill site are pretty similar in costs. The Sherrill site is a little bit more due to more grading required. So some of the cost estimates that are not included, in the cost estimates, is at the Skyline Field site, the existing site, we would want to reroute the Sunny Gym Trail so it doesn't go right through the site. At the Skyline Ridge Circle lot, a significant cost would be replacing the parking, restrooms, and rerouting trails. And at the Sherrill site, reimbursing the Christmas Tree Farm tenant in the lease agreement. If we break the lease, we would have a buyout provision for the impact for that, and then the loss of future revenue from the part of the lease. So those are costs that are not included in the overall cost estimates. We conducted an anonymous survey with field staff. So this is to provide input on how field staff feel. So this isn't the objective site criteria evaluation that we did. In order to share that with the board, being mindful that it's uncomfortable for staff to come and speak to the board and provide that feedback directly. So we hope to facilitate that. And I'm going to turn it over to Chris Baresi to share that.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, Skyline Area Superintendent Chris Baresi, and I'm happy to be here to represent our staff and what their survey responses showed. And really, it's going to repeat a lot of what you've heard so far. So 100% of the 18 responses did choose Sherrill as their highest desired, as their desired site. And the reasons they gave were that decreased visibility for security from the general public and from visitor interactions or possible conflicts, the functionality and the flexible size and layout, and largely, again, no impact during construction. For the Circle lot, has many of the same advantages, but so close to the highway, the visibility, the security was a big concern, especially for a lot of the equipment. There's also highway noise, which can be disruptive if you've been up there on the weekends, and even on the weekdays now, a lot of speeding cars can be pretty distracting. And then also some concerns with insufficient space there. And of course, the current SFO site, very disruptive to their work, 2 years, all the work Brandon mentioned that we're doing out of temporary buildings would be very difficult. The current site, even if it was chosen, all the inefficiencies remain because of the lack of contiguous flat space. So you'd still have all the circulation issues, various different areas. So thank you. That was the staff survey.
So the next steps for the project, whichever site is selected, we would do detailed technical studies at this phase and start the conceptual design process. And then we would come back to the board with presentation of those conceptual designs. We anticipate in spring of 2026. So again, the general manager's recommendation before you is to accept the Skyline Field Office report and to select the Sherrill site as the new Skyline Field Office location to advance into the next phase.
Golly, if I can just say a few things before we open up for more board questions.
Absolutely.
So one of the things that I just want the board to
think about and also understand is staff have been looking at this sort of with a long range view. We've had our existing SFO facility for about 30 years. I got that right. And we're looking for at least another 30 years, if not much longer than that. Recognizing that MidPen, as a public agency, has as part of its mission to continue in perpetuity, protecting, preserving, stewarding these lands into the future. And with that said, thinking about Measure AA, thinking about all of the emerging needs and demands and responsibilities that we have to protect our lands in light of changing climate, in light of increasing risks around drought, fire, major storms when those come, like we had in 2023. All of these responsibilities bring the need for the staff that we have and the staff growth that we're expecting to maintain, manage, and protect these lands and protect the facilities and keep these lands both open for the public, but also thriving and protecting them and maintaining the resiliency of these lands. So that's one thing. The other thing too is without going further into details around the programming and the design that will be coming, staff took a conservative look in terms of the facility needs and the square footage. As we look toward the next phase of design, we can start looking at, okay, how can we better consolidate that? I know and it's a concern I raised to staff about the parking and the that was identified, to see how can we look at this maybe a little bit differently in the next phase of design to maybe repurpose some of the spaces so that maybe we don't need quite as much and increase the functionality of that space. So we'll be looking at that in the next stage. And then there was a question also about maintaining the work units together. So that's thinking about our rangers, thinking about our maintenance staff. We have our capital program, trail staff, etc. And one thing that I can tell you is there's definitely benefits in having those units have the opportunity to interact, to connect. There's a lot that happens in those informal spaces and times when you're sort of maybe passing each other by or going to you happen to both be in the shop building and a conversation comes up about a trail or about a project or about an issue. It's those moments that are really important to communicate, to strategize, to plan for future work that would be amiss if we lose that. And then the other thing too that I'm thinking about is also the camaraderie and the human connection, especially in the Skyline area. We have pretty good visitation on the weekends. Weekdays are a little bit sparse. And sometimes the only people that you see are the people that you see in your office, and so to be able to have that opportunity as well as part of the workday, because it can be sometimes a little lonely working in some of these spaces that are a bit more rural and hard to reach, again, especially weekdays. That I think is also a workplace benefit and important to morale, important to mental health as part of the workplace. So.
I just will add one thing to what Anna was mentioning. When you split ranger staff from maintenance staff, a lot of the square footage is really associated with the maintenance staff. So you're not really losing that much space by taking ranger staff out of the area. And then you have to sort of duplicate that's a lot of shared space in another location. So we're now available to answer questions, and then there'll be opportunity for public comment followed by board discussion.
Excuse me, go ahead, Margaret.
Have a, excuse me, I just have a question about your outreach to the neighborhood. Could you give me some idea of how you plan to do that, if you've done it? I did a little myself.
Yeah, we sent postcards for the October meeting and for this meeting.
I didn't get one.
You didn't get one? We sent postcards to neighbors, and then our staff have been in communication with the Christmas tree farm lessee in order to not have them be surprised by this item and to hear their feedback.
And will there be more? Will you get public input on the logistics of, the design and all that, or is that?
We certainly
Mhm.
can. Yeah, if
Okay.
that's important to the project, we can do
I
that.
think it might be. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I guess a thought did occur to me, is there, like you mentioned, outreach to the community, but is there any thought of opening it up to the community as make it, like a community room or, some, or I could, if we're gonna have this massive parking lot anyways, I mean, it could be like a helicopter zone or, a stage, so it could be put to other uses. I guess it's.
We can certainly look at that when we're in the design phase and see if there's a place, for instance, there's been times in the past at the Skyline Field Office where the field office is available for community as well as emergency responders if there's an incident in the area. So we certainly want the space to be flexible. There
Mhm.
are some logistics with, the community, so we have to look at that in the design process and making sure that, we can secure the assets that we
Mhm.
need, that it doesn't increase the overall square footage. But definitely if there's ways to provide more public benefit, we'll take
Yeah,
that
I
into
mean, we want to
account.
feel like a part of the community, right?
Right.
Yes, it's a good way to develop relations
Mhm.
and then I did kind of think about the light and glare as well, but I'm sure that's something that'll be taken into account.
Yeah.
I see some nodding there. Yeah, that's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you. In fact, you two just asked two of the questions I had, so thank you very much. Yeah. The Chris, I think, alluded to this, but how long would we need the temporary site? Did I hear 2 years? Is that the thought?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's gonna be a 2-year impact.
okay. If we, or when we choose to go ahead with this, maybe this is more of a comment request than a question, but I just feel so badly that we have asked staff to exist in what I think to be really poor working conditions. So I mean, I was on the original task force that I think we had back in 2012. So Larry and I, so if anything, my fault, we should have done something a lot sooner. So, but with all of that said, I'm just hoping that we can somehow fast track this thing to get this done. So what I'm hearing is this is going to be a 2-year, once we pull the trigger. So do we know yet when this would be open? I mean,
We anticipate starting construction around 2028,
wow,
29.
and then 2 years from that.
And then the construction, yeah, so obviously we would try to move as quickly as possible. Some
Yeah.
of that is a little bit dependent on, how quickly we can move through Midpenn's process as well as the county, and if
Yeah.
Cheryl's site is chosen, the city's process.
Okay.
But I know we've all been working really quickly as hard as we can in order to even bring this to you at this time.
Yeah, no, I
So that's
appreciate that.
definitely a project goal, cost and time efficiency. And the longer we wait, the
Right.
more costs go
Yeah,
up.
absolutely.
So nobody
Absolutely.
wants it
Yeah.
to be long, believe me.
And just to add
So-
to that real quick, it's one of the reasons why we identify this project as one of our big rocks,
Oh, yeah.
meaning this one stays and
Yeah.
it keeps moving without any delays,
Right,
and any
right.
additional delays from
Yeah, right.
other factors or forces, because we know that it's
Right.
time sensitive.
So that's all good. One of the things that didn't come out of analysis so far is there a difference in timing between the three options? So if we were to choose the existing SFO, could we get it in a year versus if we, and again, that's just a factor. I'm not going to make my decision based on that, but it's just a factor.
I don't think so, because you'd still have to go through the design process, all new buildings.
So not appreciable difference, you're thinking, golly.
No, and even though utilities, you would think, oh, they're existing on
Yeah,
the
right,
site, you have
right.
to almost redo them anyway,
Right,
to right size it.
right, okay.
That it's the existing site does add to the disruption period just because of the move out and move in.
Sure. So
Right,
if
so there's
anything, that would take longer.
builders that are involved in that process,
right.
whereas,
That's a good
as
point.
was pointed out, there's only one move,
That's a
and
good
that
point.
can be planned as the project is finishing up, so that
Right,
that closes that gap around that issue.
okay. Two more quick questions. I always admire Larry and then Margaret of how they exist on Skyline with the weather and the connectivity issues and the power and so on. I'm assuming that the three sites are kind of in the same boat, that, because we obviously need incredible connection and we need 100% power and so on. There's not really a difference between the three as far as those two things are concerned.
For the water, we'll need to do some investigation. Worst case scenario, we'll use the existing Skyline field office water system
Okay, so
and
that's
pump.
water. All right,
Yeah, the electricity is the same.
no big deal.
And we definitely are incorporating resiliency into it, because that's a challenge
Right.
that the field office has now. They lose
Right.
power,
Right,
power also for their water system. So luckily they have storage. So it's really critical, and that is the same amongst the three sites.
and then what about connectivity?
Are you talking about
Internet.
internet? Yeah, so right now there's fiber optics that go to the Skyline field
I
office
think we put
site.
that in, right? Do we need
Yeah,
to put
we
that
put
in, right?
that in, and we would want to do the same for the other two sites, because that obviously is an
Okay,
important
so
hybrid
really no
functioning.
different. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Oh, last question is, and this kind of gets a little bit to where Zoe was going. So I'm interested, if we were to choose a site other than the existing SFO, kind of what happens to that? And I can think of, there's a lot of possibilities. But should we be factoring in how much it's going to cost to do something to the SFO if we choose another site? Because right now we're not factoring that in. And in a way, it's kind of unfair
Right.
to the SFO. Well,
Yeah,
so-
each of the sites kind of has that. Like if we chose the circle lot, there's the cost factored into also like another parking lot and
Well, but I'm talking about
specifically something other
Got to
than.
do something with SFO. So if we don't choose SFO, then we
Mhm.
probably should put something in there to say, I mean, apples to apples.
Yeah, I guess it really depends on the board's decision moving forward. What we've discussed internally is keeping those costs very minimal and not investing a lot into the Skyline field office site, knowing that this is already an expensive project and we
Right.
don't want to not just have initial capital go into the site, but the ongoing
Right.
maintenance, right? If we have it as this like other facility, then IT has to support that.
Right.
There's maintenance involved. So doing a very simple remodel to
Right.
be able to use the building
Right.
is our initial thinking.
So my request, I guess, would be is when we make our decision tonight and we start marching through the design and so on, I would appreciate some kind of, this is a ballpark of what we could do with the existing SFO site, assuming we don't choose that. And here's a ballpark about what that would cost.
Sure,
Just
that makes
because I want to
sense.
keep that in mind. 'Cause
Yes, that
that's
makes
not
sense.
zero cost.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just to build on what Director Riffle was just talking about, because I've been thinking about that as well. To what degree could we plan maybe in parallel both for let's say we were to select something that's not the existing site. Could we plan in parallel and have the parallel planning inform the new site for both the coastal field office and the existing Skyline field office? So in other words, I don't want us to like do one and that it feels like it would be better to work to plan in parallel.
Mhm.
And I'm wondering if that could be incorporated in this process moving forward, should we choose not to go with the existing site?
Anna, do you want to try to answer that one?
Well, just off the cuff here a little bit without having too much conversation with staff. We could certainly look at a parallel type planning project. I would urge, though, that the focus remain upfront on the SFO remodel because that's sort of first and foremost. But as time allows and as we can incorporate into the work that we're already doing and bring in any other staff that we might need for those conversations, we can look at starting to brainstorm what that might be and what the next steps would be for that.
I like that idea, and I also was wondering whether we could phase, like with all the parking that we're thinking about needing up there, would it be possible to phase that? So we don't have to build something up there that's then we don't use or that.
Mhm. We can look at that when we start getting into the design and get more refined cost estimates. We could look at two options, one that phases the parking and one that doesn't, so we understand the feasibility of that and the cost implications.
Because I'm thinking that should we decide that there's more community benefit that could be wrought from the existing Skyline field office site, there will be parking needs there. And so I want to just make sure that we're consolidating our efforts to plan for all the infrastructure that needs to be up there. So, okay, thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Okay.
I wanted to clarify the comments about timeline. In the packet, there were some cost projections that I thought were centered on 27 and 29. There are two options there. But I thought I heard here start in 28 or 29.
Yeah, the cost estimates are in 2024 dollars, so they would go up depending on when we could start construction. So they'd be, with escalation, probably closer to like 33, between 30 and 33 million. But we also hope to bring the footprint down, and these costs are kind of order of magnitude costs, and there's a lot of assumptions. We don't even know sort of exactly how big, how much grading, what the materials chosen will be. So, we hope to kind of get you better cost estimates with the conceptual designs.
Yeah, my question is not so much about the costing, but there seemed to be a discrepancy in the dates.
In the report.
Well, those cost estimates I thought were centered on 2027 and 2029. And the question here about the timing said we might start in 2028 or 2029, which would push that midpoint of the construction even later.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, now I'm understanding the question. I thought you were talking about the dollar amount.
Right, so.
Okay.
In this case, it's the midpoint of construction would be 29, so assuming a 28 start.
Okay, yeah, so the assumption, here, I'll let you.
Okay. The numbers that I think you're referring to in the report that talk about the midpoint date of construction. So we picked 3 years out as a very optimistic, like what if it could be really fast tracked to get to the midpoint of construction in 2027. That was one scenario, but the scenario that aligns better with what Golly's describing as a midpoint of construction in 2029. So assuming 28 start.
Okay, so we should probably just use that second projection for now, right?
I hope to do it sooner, but I also want to be, realistic that there could
Sure.
be things that take longer than anticipated.
Okay, thanks. I was wondering with respect to the tree farm, the 2.5 acres, does that make any assumptions about defensible space? I mean, is it likely that we would actually eat into more of the tree farm?
It's possible that we would eat more into the tree farm for a new road that would encompass kind of around the field office. The assumption for the 2.5 acres is just 15 feet around the site for temporary impacts. But there could be additional impacts depending on sort of what's discussed with the tenant on, a new road and things like that.
Okay, and then are there any, it seemed to me that each of these places had public around it in some way, whether it's at the tree farm, around the trails or parking lots. Is there anything different about having the tree farm being the surrounding area in terms of any concerns about public access?
I think we'd still want to secure our equipment. It is very expensive, and secure the field office use from the tree farm. Luckily, it's seasonal in nature, so there aren't a lot of people throughout the year. But I think we would still, want to secure the site.
All right, thanks. That's all my questions.
Okay, I have one. Are there any more questions from the board? Okay, I have one card, and is there anyone online?
I do have one.
Okay,
Online.
well, let's take Mike's card first.
Good evening, Board. Mike Bashu, Equestrian Trails Action Committee. My usual part as being the community for you. Looking at Site 2 that you were looking at and losing the Skyline parking lot for 2.5 years for equestrian use, because it seems to be that you'd want to secure that, would be a large impact to us, because that's one of the few places that we do have good trailer parking. So I kind of like the Sherrill site for that reason. And even if you use the Sherrill site, I'm quite sure it's going to be tempting to want to park equipment over there in the equestrian parking lot area. And I would expect that, I would hope that we would still have access to that. So I have a couple other ones. Since the Sherrill site is somewhat visible from Montebello, I'm expecting that in future programs and stuff that they would try and put some trees in there that are permanent to try and break it up. As Christine Tucker said, the existing SFO site, how is it going to be decommissioned? Is it going to be used? Is it going to be part of the corporate yard still transferred over there? It's an existing place. It's out of sight and mind. It's probably a good place to store equipment. And I'll just leave it at that. We go from there. From parking spots, I see a number of somewhere around 95. I would like to have people break those up a little bit into one, who are the inbound parking, i.e. staff coming in, 2, the quantity of those sites that are outbound parking, and 3, if any of those sites are used for equipment. I'm quite sure over the next 20 to 30 years, Brandon's going to want to buy 1 or 2 more tractors. The comment with the sheriff's department or the comment with the public access to it, any thoughts of having a sheriff field office in the facility since it is a large one, a large footprint up there, either in the existing SFO or the other might be something that we would want to consider. Public use would be nice. And one of the other questions I had was, what's the duration of the tree farm lease and how it impacts what is going forward? If it's only got a couple of years left on the lease, it should be minimal impact, or the contract could be renegotiated. And those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience with the card?
Yeah, we're gonna have another person speak. Why don't you go up and announce yourself and we'll go on.
Thank you, Brian. I don't have much to say because you guys are still in debating session. I just want you to understand when you're thinking about the tree farm, it's not about the trees. It's an experience that offers the trees as the center point. When they come in, they expect an experience. They expect to be in nature. A lot of them get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning. They don't leave until 4:30. Maybe 3 cars, 3 or 4 people in the car will buy 1 tree. But there'll be 6 cars in the party that comes with them to spend the day. They come from San Francisco. We have people that come up from down from Tahoe. We have people that come from a long range. So when you're in your planning phases or anything else, if you choose that lot, this is some of what's going to have to be taken into account. As far as that, you say that we're going to be able to work with you as far as the location of what land you take. Right now, what you have blocked off is 100% of our best tree area. They come in the gate, they make the circle until the magic hits them and they find their spot. This is how the ranch works. It is important to a lot of people. I didn't talk to very many people. People heard your board meeting, the last one in October. I got quite a bit of feedback and outrage, which has fed my outrage, which I'm sorry, Brian, if you ended up with some of it. My personal apology. I don't know what to say. It's in your hands.
Yes, Mark Farrell, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to thank you for taking my comments. I'm a neighbor that lives just a couple miles south of the location. And I've been following this discussion for a little while. And a lot of the things that I've made I wanted to comment on, have already been addressed. So I'll make my comments brief. But I like the Sherrill site because it's hidden from the road. It's like the first site that you don't really see everything that's going on. I think that would be a real downside to the second site. The advantage of the 2 lower sites are we don't have a lot of trees around it, so that would definitely minimize the fire risk that is a concern for all of us living up here. The one thing I like about the Sherrill site is there's no trails. One of the things that concerns me when I ride my bicycle up near site number 1 is I'm pretty much just driving through the location. And I think with the expensive vehicles and stuff like that, I think it would be good to be able to have it where it is secure and also just to be able to have a good security fence around it. There is a lot of vandalism that happens up here. We hear gunshots frequently. And so I think that it's important that we really take security seriously. And then the last thing is just the accidents that happen frequently on Skyline Boulevard. And the entrance to the first location right now is pretty it's pretty dangerous when a truck is coming out, especially with one of your trucks pulling a trailer or a tractor. And so I think the sites for either site number 2 or site number 3 would definitely make it a little bit safer, especially if they were to put some good turning lanes in the center of the road like they have now for site number 2. But anyway, I just wanted to thank you for sending out the postcards to the community and letting us have a say in this. And I appreciate the thought that you're putting into this. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is anyone else? Okay, so it's back to the board. Oh, golly, sorry.
It's time for board discussion. I'll be up here in case there's any questions.
Can I have a go?
Go for it.
Yeah.
Margaret, thank you.
Sorry, my voice is going. I'm sure you're all aware that when I first heard about this project, I was horrified. It's because I don't like change, and change is hard, but I've had a good couple of months to go over this, and I'm fine with it. But I do have a couple of recommendations that I would like staff and Siegel and Strain to think about. Let's see. I just wanted you to know that the community is really grateful for the work Midpen does up there with the wildfire and the emergency response. You get a lot of kudos for that. But I also want to thank you for taking me to Cheryl, because that calmed me down a lot, seeing the site. But I want you to think about, as you move forward, well, there's 2 things that are equally important. I'm going to talk about the first one because it's my thing, which is to focus on the culture of the Skyline area. When Brandon first brought this topic up, he talked about the culture of Midpen, and let's see how the staff can share knowledge and maintenance and stuff. But I would really like for you to reciprocate that and think about the culture of Skyline, which is not really cultural. It's kind of down woodsy, rural. What's another word I came up with? It lacks a lot of conveniences. So if you could think, it's not what I want, it's what does the community want? They want to maintain a rural, safe nature life up there. So I just want you to change your thinking to more outward thinking. And while you're building this building, remember you're building a rural building. You're not dominating the area. I've seen some of Siegel and Strain's buildings and they are lovely, but we're not upscale, I don't think. Yeah. The other one is Donna, and I do think about the tree farm because Donna's proud of her tree farm. It's a 60-year heritage. Her dad started it, her son's continuing it. I would like some empathy for Donna, because I hope I'm not going on, but I'm kind of enjoying this. I think we need to think about Donna, and I would like to say to Donna, it's only 2.5 acres, but you're right. Those trees in that area are pretty good. I saw them the other day. So when we think about how far we're going to go into Donna's tree farm, just remember we're dealing with a person, and maybe we could do with 1 row less parking just to give Donna a little more space with her trees. Doesn't have to be a flat space. It could be some of the trees. Anyway, and lastly, I would really like you to restore the natural environment at the site we have now. You can do that. It's going to cost a fortune, but if you just think about restoring and I know what I'm saying. Don't think about parking lots. Don't think about storage space, and don't think about public meeting spaces, I guess is what I want to say. Just think about nature The trail access could be from the Sunny Gym and Ipior trails. No public entrance on Skyline. Having said that, I'm fine with keeping that house and remodeling it for a ranger residence. I think a ranger residence there would be fine and appreciated by the community. So I've gone on rather a lot, but I just hope I just hope you will have that approach to this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Go ahead, please. Yurko?
Well, thank you for the comments. I agree with what you say. So, and I think I've asked enough other questions. So, yeah, generally I will, yeah, support the Cheryl side. I mean, I have asked some questions. I imagine staff and consultants will be looking into them.
We'll keep going down the line. We'll come back. Go ahead, please. Kurt?
A quick question and then comment. What's the process to work with the Christmas tree farm as far as given our decision and, you know, given our lease and how would that go forward? I'm not asking for, you know, exactly what the final decision is tonight, but just how would we take care of an important neighbor?
Yeah, so I think, you know, it's Brandon Stewart, land facilities manager, like his business line that manages that lease, and myself, we would coordinate with them on learning how to minimize the impact and then feeding that into the site design. So that would be part of it. And then also potentially looking at the economic impact, like was mentioned earlier, there's a specific provision in the lease for paying for trees that are impacted. But then also maybe it affects the overall profitability, and we look at other economic measures as well. So those are things that we'll talk to Donna Duca about and learn more about the impacts to the site, you know, the circulation, the parking for the tree farm, the best trees areas, and see how we can feed that into the site design to modify it to reduce impact. Still impact, but reduce it where we can.
Right. Thank you. So thank you, Brian. So with that, I'd like to pick up on, I think where Director Gleason might have been going, and that is that the Christmas tree farm, yes, it is a commercial operation, but it is a public experience. And so, and I've gone up and cut trees up there as well. So I completely understand that. So I think that's something that we should keep that in mind. It's a business relationship, but it's also a public experience. This is a trail, it's a public experience. So thanks for bringing that up, number one. Number two, I am up for option 3, I guess this is. And primarily, and I've said this before, staff's feedback means a lot to me. And I mean, they're the ones that have to make this thing work. They're the ones that have to put up with this for all of these years. And so thank you, Chris, for sharing the results of the survey. Thank you for making an effort to talk with staff about what it is we need up there. And I'm glad that that's reflected in that. So that was a big mover for me to go with number 3. The other, that's the way I'm going to vote. The other thing, and I want to reflect a little bit on what Margaret said, which means a lot to me, being our Skyline representative on the board. I certainly honor turning it back to nature, but on the other hand, and this comes back to what Director Christine Tucker, I would like to just, let's keep all of our options open going into this, with that being an option. But the other being is, how could we possibly use that site for places for volunteers, for docents, whether that be the training, how can we incorporate? I mean, we've got Alpine Pond and Daniels Nature Center right there. Is there a way that we can somehow make that kind of a public use facility there? And potentially, I mean, we've got to get the spaghetti feeds going again, because the house hasn't been available for a couple of years. And so if we can use that house as a place for our I'm being a little facetious, but but maybe we incorporate that space as a community space for the Skyline community and to be able to use that, and maybe not necessarily where the Cheryl site facility, but use that space as something. So I really want to honor not only our neighbor, the tree farm, but also our neighbor, our Skyline neighbors, as to what they would see as an asset for them. Thank you.
Thank you.
7-Eleven.
A big gulp. You need a big gulp every so often up there.
Just joshing.
So when I think about this project, I think about it from two perspectives. The first is the neighbors, Margaret and her neighbors, and the culture, as she calls it, of that area. But I also think about it from the perspective of our amazing workforce that calls that their home every day, and that do such an incredibly important job. And wow, has it ever been more highlighted than with these fires in Southern California, how important it is, the work that our land and facilities folks and our rangers and, you know, the people who are holding the line up there at Skyline are doing. So I like the Cheryl site because it is not very visible. The Skyline Ridge site was out for me from the beginning. I just didn't like it at all. But I am really mindful of this notion of like, let's not sprawl. Let's do our very best to bring back something with the existing Skyline field office area that either returns it to its natural state, as Director McNiven mentioned, which is an interesting option, or find community benefits that would really make the neighbors sing, give us a place for our spaghetti feed. And I actually really like the idea of talking to the sheriffs to see if a sheriff's substation or some little area for them in that rural area might be useful. So I am in favor of the staff's recommendations here. I would like to hope that we could, as we've talked a little bit, phase in the parking if possible, and coordinate the planning with the coastal field office, as well as the existing Skyline facility and all that. So with all that said, thank you very much. This is really, I thought it was going to be harder than it was, but you made it easy. Thank you.
Yeah, so first of all, I do like the Cheryl site, and I really appreciate the tour. That helped a lot to understand, you know, the views in that area, the impact it would have on views, and also just how the office would fit into the site. I thought also the staff feedback, the staff survey is really compelling, and you know, just reinforced what I heard from Chris and from others about the preference of the staff for that site. I totally agree with the comments about rural character and you know, really trying to make it fit in. I think also that, you know, one challenge to that is the parking lot. So anything that we can do to minimize the visual impact of the parking lot. The buildings themselves, I think, you know, a lot of the views are actually going to be from these trails that, as you showed, are relatively far away. So I think if we can make them, you know, look rural, we can probably make it relatively, you know, lower impact. And then, like Director McNiven, my first thought to what happens to the old Skyline Field Office site was also that would be a wonderful place to restore. I think I also agree with Director Riffle and Director Kirstine Tucker that we should keep options open, but I'd like to make sure that you know, at least a partial restoration is a high goal for whatever we do there. And I think that could also fit with some of the other suggestions that have been made, you know, volunteer space. And but it's a really important place where some you know, very well-used trails, well-loved trails come together, and I think it could be a real nice enhancement to Skyline. Yeah, so that's it for me.
Thank you. I haven't said anything yet. I've wrestled with this a lot. Gravitated towards Site 3 for a variety of reasons. I think it has many, many, many pluses, and no place would be perfect. And this is as close to fulfilling the requests in terms of what we would like this to do and to be, much, much closer than the other two sites. And the other thing I'm thinking also is we're looking at this as a 30 to 50 year impact. And it's going to change over time. And but I think it would give that part of the world the best choice. So I'm going to vote if we get a motion, and that would be where my direction is going.
I make a motion. I'm going to make a motion to use the Cheryl site. I'll agree with the general, to proceed with the general manager's recommendations.
Second that.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Gleason?
Yes.
Director Christine Tucker?
Yes.
Director Riffle?
Yes.
President Seer?
Yes.
Director Kishimoto? Director McNiven?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0 with Director Holman absent. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a full time in the special meeting. And given the fact that it's back to 7 o'clock and we're supposed to start like now, I'm offering a 10-minute break so folks can stretch a little and go
Sounds
ahead.
good, but thank you, Vale, and thank you, staff and our guests.
Yes.
Well done.
Thank
Yeah, it
you.
was
We
one of-
heard your feedback and we'll incorporate it.
One of the most thorough processes I've had an opportunity to observe. We'll return at 7:10, please. Thank you. I appreciate our folks coming back to the dais and to the audience. How about if I push the button? There we go. Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Board of Directors of the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. I'm Jed Seer, President of the Board of Directors. This meeting is now called to order and it's 7:02. Well, thank you. Well, that light up there is right in my eyes and I can't see the clock above it from this direction. It's really interesting. 7:12. Thank you for the correction. I would like to dedicate this meeting to the memory of Herb Grinch, the district's first general manager, who passed away in December. So I'm suggesting that we take a minute in remembrance and thank you. The formal stuff. This meeting is being held in person at the district's administrative office and by teleconference. Members of the public can attend and participate in the meeting in person or via Zoom. Instructions for submitting public comments are available on the meeting agenda. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Director Gleason?
Here.
Director Christine Tucker?
Here.
Director Riffle?
Here.
President Seer?
Yes.
Director Holman? Here. Director Kishimoto? And Director McNiven? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there comments from members of the public on matters within the jurisdiction of the district, but not on the agenda? And you said you have two. And so any of the audience wish to do that, then I would like to have you bring their card to the clerk, please. The first one I have is from Leonard, I believe it's Lehman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'm Leonard Lehman. I reside at 850 Los Trancos Road, Portola Valley, which is adjacent to your property, the Hawthorns. The Hawthorns is in a residential neighborhood with residential properties on 3 sides and with Alpine Road on the 4th side. And there's a historic mansion on the property which has been abandoned for a minimum of 40 years, more likely closer to 80 years. It looks like that. It's in very bad shape with windows boarded up, with no proper roof. And I would ask the board to direct staff to come up with a plan for bringing this structure to community standards or demolishing the structure. But it would be great to have a plan in effect within the next 12 to 24 months rather than letting this property age for another 14 years at the cost of the neighbors who live adjacent to the property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next card I have is it Rin, caretaker? If I mispronounce your name, I apologize.
Hello, my name's Marianne Reese Schroeder. I'm a resident of Los Altos Hills. I grew up in the area. I'm an active hiker at Rancho San Antonio. I'm really good friends with the Gerards. My brother was a really good friend with Jeremiah. I went to school with Sean. I'm here to talk about the Roos Ridge caretaker. And I've written it down, so I'll be reading from this. Good evening. Thank you for hearing me and letting me speak. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I'm here to advocate for the Gerard family to continue as caretakers at Roos Ridge under a long-term lease arrangement. This is not just a matter of housing. This is about preserving a legacy of stewardship, supporting your mission, and strengthening the connection between the community and the remarkable open space. I'm nervous. The Gerard family's role as caretakers has been instrumental in maintaining the ecological health and accessibility of Roos Ridge for decades. Their presence aligns directly with Midpenn's mission to protect and restore the natural environment and provide opportunities for ecologically sensitive public enjoyment. They have safeguarded this land while fostering a sense of community that enriches every visitor's experience there. Their work is consistent with Midpenn's vision plan, which emphasizes the importance of cultural preservation and connection between people and open space. Much like Midpenn's efforts at the Alma cultural landscape and other historical sites, allowing the Gerard family to remain at Roos Ridge would honor the cultural and historical significance of this land, ensuring it remains a place of value and education for future generations. Furthermore, this arrangement would serve as a model of creative, community-oriented land use. The Gerard's residence is not just housing, it is an example of affordable housing in one of the most expensive regions in the country. Providing a long-term lease to a low-income caretaker aligns with California's broader goals of addressing housing inequality while preserving natural resources. At a local level, it demonstrates Los Altos Hills' commitment to sustainable, equitable solutions that support diverse community members. There is also legal precedent for such an arrangement, as Midpenn has previously approved long-term leases for caretakers under special circumstances. This case, given the Gerards family's long-standing service and the alignment of their role with your mission, is one such special circumstance that warrants similar considerations. Allowing the Gerard family to remain at Roos Ridge also benefits the land itself. As established stewards, they have an intimate knowledge of the property, ensuring its ongoing care and maintenance. Their presence deters vandalism, as well as supports trail users and upholds the character and safety of this preserve. I have a little bit more, but thank you for hearing me. Just wanted to bring this up for your consideration. Thank you.
Ms. Schroeder, I apologize. I read the wrong line, so I read your topic instead of your name. So thank you very
I knew
much
it was
for your
me.
patience.
Yeah.
You knew it was you, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Madam Clerk?
We do not have any others. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, may I have a motion to adopt the agenda? So moved by Director Riffle,
Second.
second by Ms. Holman, or no, by Margaret. Thank you. Okay.
May I
I
go ahead
have
and
a-
take roll call?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Director Gleason?
Yes.
Director Christine Tucker?
Yes.
Director Ripple?
Yes.
President Seer?
Yes.
Director Holman?
Yes.
Director Kishimoto?
Yes.
And Director McNiven?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Now, may we hear the staff introductions? There's a whole parade of folks, so.
President Seer, before we start, may we go back to the announcement of the closeout?
Yes.
Sorry, excuse me, General Counsel Hillary Stevenson. We just need to announce out that the board met last week on January 15th in closed session and took no reportable action. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll get that down. Well, give me 2-3 years, I'll have it. Okay, so now may we have the new folks who are going to join us. Nobody. Okay, I guess I just call you off. Judd Volino.
Good evening, everyone, board, General Manager Ruiz, and I want to say Your Honor, but I know that's wrong. Say it, but
As
it's
long as
wrong.
it's not
My name is
your son.
Jennifer Williams, and I am your volunteer program manager, and I am here this evening to introduce our newest volunteer program lead, who is Judd Volino. And as you all know, this is not a new position, but the volunteer program lead of trails is a new position. This is a position that has been talked about for at least 10 years, officially in writing, I think, since 2016 in the volunteer and docent study. And as priorities shift and we patiently wait, we are here now. Sorry, I'm just a little fidgety. I do want to read the announcement that went out to staff. I don't think it makes it to the board, and it went out in December, so I don't know how many of you actually read that. So I'd like to read the announcement, and then I'm going to add a little bit to that. So through coordination with staff in the Land and Facilities Department and under supervision of volunteer programs in visitor services, Judd will provide our preserve visitors and constituents with the opportunity to get involved with trail projects at the volunteer level. Judd will also facilitate Eagle Scout and Girl Scout Silver Award projects and foster our partnerships with local trail organizations through joint volunteer efforts. A little bit about Judd. He holds a BA in political science and a master's of education in elementary education. His professional history includes, there's a lot, it includes working as a product manager for a cloud-based education assessment platform, writing customer-facing and technical documentation and training materials as a learning management system integration specialist. Judd himself is a dedicated lifelong volunteer, and his extensive experience includes, not limited to, time working as a school trustee, volunteering as a literacy tutor, over at the Ravenswood School District, working with Habitat for Humanity, organizing fun fairs, bike to school safety promotion, participating as a weed warrior, and most relevant to this position, Judd has been a volunteer trail steward with the Santa Cruz Mountain Trail Stewardship since 2023 and has held various volunteer and lead positions with the Trail Center since 2017. He's been a project lead, a supervisor to crew leader, and most recently, he is their outgoing president. His depth of experience and knowledge working on trails with volunteers is going to be a great addition to Midpen. And I just want to say Judd started just a couple weeks ago on the 6th, and he's already showing that this is absolutely the right decision for Midpen. His combined experience really hits on the 3 points of this job, which is somebody with the administrative skills that can handle all the technology behind the scenes and out in the field, somebody who really understands the importance of what we call the care and feeding of our volunteers. And then in this particular position, do they know, slope of trails at least? Beyond that trail, Judd has a lot of really great experience working on trails with volunteers. I do want to add, Director Gleason already came chomping at the bit with some questions. So, I know the question is, well, when are we going to get out there? It'll be a few months. As you know, onboarding at Midpen, there's already a long ramp, and building a new program from scratch with which Judd and his strategic forward-thinking mind has been already very helpful in pulling together all of the pieces from land and facilities and visitor services and everything that needs to go into this. So there'll be a little bit of a ramp, and Judd will also spend some time actually working on the trails alongside our crew. So there is that, togetherness, that sense of embracement from field staff. So yeah, this is Judd. And do you want me to have him? Is that Judd? I said a lot. You want to say something?
It's really very generous of Jen to give so much detail. Thank you. I'm just going to say quickly that having been a visitor to the preserves and a volunteer with outside organizations, as Jen mentioned, I'm really grateful for the opportunity to work with Midpen colleagues, some of whom are out here tonight, to work on the building and then rolling out the volunteer trails program at Midpen. And I hope that that we're able to accomplish helping volunteers gain a sense of ownership and appreciation for all that goes into making the preserves accessible safely for all the folks that come out and enjoy them all the time. So thank you for this opportunity.
Oh, welcome aboard.
Welcome.
Yeah, field arrest, open space field resource specialist.
Am I up next? Can
Yeah.
someone give me a cue?
Yeah, it's Brenda.
Thank you. Good evening, board. Brandon Stewart, Land and Facilities Manager. Sorry I couldn't be there in person tonight to highlight this new cohort of staff coming in, but I'm on the mend and I'm looking forward to being back in person soon. Additionally, I'd like to point out, before I make my introductions, is that with the hiring of Chelsea, Tim, and Joe, our resource management crews are now fully staffed. And as you know, that was a FOSM directive to implement fully staffed crews to help us with our wildland fire resiliency program and other restoration activities. And both those crews now are fully staffed. So I'm really excited to see what they can do this upcoming season. So let's get started with our first candidate, Chelsea Young. Land and Facilities is very excited to welcome Field Resource Specialist for the Foothills area, Chelsea. Chelsea will be reporting to Michael Gorman and will lead the Field Resource crew based out of the FFO region. Chelsea recently worked for Santa Clara County Fire Department as their Community Wildfire Specialist. And while working for Santa Clara County Fire, she planned and managed several fuel reduction projects, worked on updating the county-wide fire protection plan, performed home ignition zone and community risk assessments, hosted community outreach and education workshops, and supported wildfire prevention efforts in wildland urban interface communities. Chelsea also worked for Hidden Villa, the Backcountry Trails Program, Eastern Sierra Conservation Corps, California State Parks, California Conservation Corps, and Camp U. Additionally, Chelsea has completed education and training in environmental science. She's a certified wildfire mitigation specialist. She understands wildfire mitigation best practices, and she's a firefighter too. Her hobbies include spending time with her dog, camping, going to the beach, and doing all sorts of crafts. She also really enjoys cooking and baking, and her preferred pronouns are they, them, and she prefers interchangeably using those. So on an anecdote, I've had an opportunity to meet Chelsea. We meet every other Friday as part of our Wildland Fire Working Group. And I just have to say, I was extremely impressed with some of the answers and input that she provided during our discussion. She acts like she's only been here 3 weeks now, and she's already very well integrated into staff. And I'm very, very excited to see what she does in leading the FFO Wildland Fire Resiliency and Resource Management Crew. So Chelsea, are you available to come up to the podium and say hello?
Hi, everyone. As Brennan said, I have extensive experience in a lot of different positions out in the field, doing everything from education and conservation work to on-the-ground fire work. And I'm really excited for the opportunity to be here at Midpen and to really work with the Wildfire Resilience Program and kind of work within wildfire resilience within the framework of like whole ecosystem benefit and health. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Chelsea. All right, the next person I'd like to highlight is Tim Sandage. We're excited to welcome to the district our new open space technician, Tim Sandage. Tim will be assigned to the resource management team in the Skyline region, reporting to Christian Bonner at our coastal area outpost. As a seasonal employee with the district, Tim has had the opportunity to work with the special projects crew building trails in La Honda, the maintenance crew brushing trails throughout the SFO region, and the resource management crew performing fuel reduction work. Prior to working as a seasonal open space technician at the district over the last 2 years, Tim has worked for the city of Palo Alto as an open space technician, where he operated front loaders, excavators, and tractors. For Canyon Ranch Woodside as an outdoor sports guide, leading resort guests on hikes. Friends of Santa Cruz State Parks as a visitor service aide, collecting fees and providing customer service. And with the city of Santa Cruz as a recreation aide, working at Loch Lomond Recreation Area, where he managed the electric motorboats used for recreational activities. Tim enjoys working in a team setting, especially outdoors. He received a BA from UC Santa Cruz in political science, and in his off time, he enjoys reading, hiking, and taking naps. According to Jim, while at Midpen, I was continually impressed with the care and dedication everyone felt for their role in land stewardship. As I look for a chance to expand my skills, I would like to put my experience towards an organization whose values mirror my own. I strongly believe in Midpen's aim to provide opportunities for public enjoyment and education. I have had an amazing time working as a seasonal, and I'm looking forward to continuing as full-time staff. Please welcome Tim Sandage to the district. Tim, would you like to come up and say a few words?
Hi there, thank you. As Brandon said, my name is Tim Sandage. I'm a new OST down at the coastal area office, and I'm really excited to be here. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. All right, the next staff I'd like to introduce is Michael Vittles. Michael Vittles is another new open space technician and will be assigned to the Foothill Area Special Projects crew. Over the last 4 years, Michael has completed 3 seasons as a seasonal OST with the district and an additional season with Santa Clara County Valley Open Space Authority. In that time, Michael has supported the efforts of the FFO Special Projects crew in Bear Creek, assisted with brushing trails, collaborated on volunteer projects, assisted at Deer Hollow Farm, and competed completed several resource management projects throughout the foothills area. Michael comes to us with a diverse background in volunteerism, supporting national parks, state parks, and McClellan Ranch. While he's not volunteering his time and efforts, Mike can be found in the backcountry of some remote location for photographing his adventures on the PCT, the ACT, and many other more local locations while simultaneously honing his naturalist and environmental education. Michael will begin his career restoring the Spooky Knoll Trail in support of the Bay Area Ridge Trail, Highway 17 crossing project. If you happen to see him out and about, please be sure to welcome him to the team and ask him about his next solo backpacking trip. According to Michael, and I quote, "I am particularly drawn to the collaborative nature found within the culture at Midpen and am eager to support the various crews, volunteer initiatives, and mentor new and returning seasonal workers, as I believe that teamwork and shared knowledge is essential for achieving project goals and enhancing the health and function of our public lands." Michael's hobbies include anything that gets him outdoors, exploring, learning about, and connected to nature. He's motivated by mountains and food. I can relate. Long distance backpacking, foraging for mushrooms and wild edibles, hunting, fishing, and cooking. Michael also enjoys wildlife tracking, bird watching, bushcraft, and engaging as an amateur naturalist. He has 2 dogs who love to get out in the mountains with him whenever possible as well. Please welcome Michael to the district, please. Michael, would you like to say a few words?
Hello, my name's Michael. I just want to say I'm very thrilled to have the opportunity to start a career here with Midpen. I grew up in this area exploring these lands. I love them a lot. I have a deep passion for them, and I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. All right, the next addition to LNF is Joe Fluelling. Joe Fluelling, I'd like to welcome to the SFO Field Resource Crew. As a seasonal OST, Joe was assigned to the Field Resource Crew, where he spent many hours on manual and mechanical fuel reduction while creating new fuel breaks along Highway 35 in Windy Hill, Russian Ridge, and Skyline Ridge. Joe also supported IPM work, trail construction, and trail maintenance during his summer as a seasonal OST this last year. In addition, Joe has a background in both automotive mechanics and wildland fire suppression that he gained from time he spent in De Anza's College Automotive Technology and West Valley College's park management programs, respectively. Joe has experience in pest management and is currently on active reserve duty with the U.S. Navy as a petty officer, 3rd class. Joe is a true local to the area, growing up on a ranch in Stevens Canyon, surrounded by district land, which gives him a wealth of experience performing maintenance tasks and as a germane perspective to the district's mission. Please join me in congratulating Joe and welcoming him to the district. Joe, would you like to say a few words?
Hello, my name is Joe, and I'm very thrilled to be here, especially with the Field Resource Crew. As a seasonal being there, I learned so much and very thankful for the opportunity that Midpen has given me to be full-time. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. All right, last but not least, I'd like to introduce Chris Anderson. Chris will be assigned to the maintenance and construction team, reporting to Grant Kern at the Skyline Field Office. As a seasonal employee at the district, Chris had the opportunity to work on a wide array of projects. Such projects include building trail in the Honda with the special projects crew, conducting fuel reduction with the resource management crew, repairing damaged roads in Elkhorn and Madera Creek, conducting roadside brush and down tree removal utilizing the track chipper, and brushing trails throughout the Skyline region with the maintenance crew. Prior to working as a seasonal open space technician for the district over the last 2 years, Chris worked as an independent contractor for a 120-acre property called Fresh Try Incorporated. Here, Chris implemented basic infrastructure projects for developing medicinal plants and removing French broom, Chris also worked for the Inyo County Water Department, where he performed vegetation monitoring, 50-meter line point intersects, operating GPS units and field maps through ArcGIS, measured tree heights with a rangefinder, and collected core samples. Chris also worked as an independent contractor for a 10-acre farm startup in Kurztown, Hawaii, developing permaculture designs for terrace garden beds, hand digging trenches, creating mulch from clumping palm waste on site, and removing highly invasive soap bush, Maconia crenata, and building 2 shed cabins and a duck/chicken coop. Some of Chris's interests and hobbies include working with ecological and natural farming practices and experimenting with audio sampling and melody in the music sense. Sampling from records and other mediums is something Chris has been doing since he was about 12 years old. Chris is always looking for and enjoying locally accessible places for walking and hiking. He also enjoys cooking and eating Filipino foods. Please welcome Chris to the district. Chris, would you like to say a few words?
Hi, nice to meet you all. I'm Chris Anderson. Even before getting a seasonal position, I think the mission statement from Midpen is what drew me towards it, and I'm happy to build a career towards those goals and values and be a part of something that's larger than myself. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And thank you, board. As you can see, LNF is growing. Couldn't be happier. And I'm really excited to work with these folks in the future. Take care.
Thank you for all the introductions. And the thing that impresses me is the wide range of experience that all of these folks bring to the district, which says something about the skill set and wisdom of the folks who are running the investigation and trying to find quality folks who want to be here and can contribute a huge amount to our effort. And I thank you very much. Thank you. Some of you, I suspect, aren't real anxious to talk in public, but I appreciate you're all saying something about yourself. So thank you. Okay, any board questions or comments on the informational memoranda?
President Smear.
Yes.
I just wanted to thank our Chief Financial Officer for the review of the use of contingency funds for 2024. Really appreciated the detail in that, and something that it was really good reading. Thank you.
Okay. So does anyone wish to pull anything on the consent calendar?
Move
Okay.
approval of the consent calendar.
I beg your pardon?
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, no other comments? Roll call then, please. Oh, I asked them.
We do not have any public comments for consents.
Sorry, I need to make sure you have that on the tape too.
Director Gleason,
Yes.
Director Christine Tucker,
Yes.
Director Riffle,
Yes.
President Seer,
Yes.
Director Holman.
Yep.
Director Kishimoto, and Director McNiven.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Then we're up to item number 8, and we're ready for staff presentation.
All righty. Good evening, board. My name is Aaron Peth. I'm the real property planner with the district, and tonight I am presenting to you on the proposed purchase of the Alves properties. So the general manager's recommendations in front of you tonight are to determine the actions are exempt from CEQA, to adopt a resolution which authorizes the purchase price for the Alves properties and also the coinciding budget adjustment. adopting a use and management plan for the properties and withholding dedication of the properties as open space at this time. So starting off with the regional location of the Alves properties, they are located south of the city of Half Moon Bay, and divided up. There's actually 4 properties total, 4 parcels. 2 are within the city of Half Moon Bay's city limits, and then 2 are in unincorporated county outside of the city of Half Moon Bay. And this map shows a little better that division of the 4 properties. So we have what we are calling the commercial properties. They're down here in the corner. There's two parcels that combine for about 2.6 acres. And then there are these 2 open space parcels just to the east that combine to be about 62 acres. And as you can see, they're just divided by another private property. Zooming in on the commercial properties, they're at the corner of Highway 1 and Miramontes Point Road. The city of Half Moon Bay downtown is just to the north here. And as you can see from this aerial use of the site right now, there's a large parking area that takes up about half the site, as well as an existing structure and just kind of some vacant unused land on the corner there of Miramontes Point Road and Highway 1. And for the open space properties that are just down the street, again, this is the commercial property here. So just down Miramontes Point Road and fronting Miramontes Point Road are the 2 open space properties that are about 31 acres apiece, and are currently largely unimproved and kind of just a combination of chaparral and grassland habitat. So moving on to the background, starting with the commercial properties, the improvements on the commercial properties, there's a old retail and office structure building that's associated with the former Alves Dairy, and that's currently used as storage for 2 businesses on month-to-month lease, month-to-month rental agreements. And then that 1.4 acre parking area that I showed you on the aerial, that's currently leased for a neighboring business's employee parking, with that lease running through June of 2026. And the property as it sits now is currently connected to municipal water as well as power, but there's no sewage connection on the property currently or functioning on-site septic system. As I mentioned previously, this property is, these 2 parcels are fully within the city of Half Moon Bay's city limits, and they're zoned commercial general, which, as kind of the name states, it is a very general district that allows for things like government offices, limited industrial uses, vehicle and material storage. So really a great variety of uses allowed there. These parcels are also not prime agricultural soil. And previously, there was a phase 1 completed environmental assessment completed on the properties that didn't identify any concerns. A little background on the 2 open space properties that are down the road. Again, both are about 31 acres apiece, and they're in that San Mateo County unincorporated area. They're zoned PAD-CD, which stands for Planned Agricultural District Coastal Development. And there's some unimproved grass, dirt roads that go around the property, but other than that, largely unimproved. And a map will show this in a little better detail in a couple slides, but these properties are separated by private property from Johnston Ranch. So the reason for purchase of these commercial properties, really it boils down to our need for a coastal field office. The service plan, when it was adopted back in 2004, called for a coastal field office once 15,000 acres of land on the coast side is preserved and managed by the district. Right now, we are about at 18,000, little under 18,600 acres of land managed by us on the coast side. So over that 15,000 mark. The property, these commercial properties, are situated in a great location along Highway 1 and south of the city of Half Moon Bay. So this really offers improved access and reduced travel times to our coastside preserves. The commercial general zoning district also allows for our use of the field office, and there are those municipal utility services already existing at the site, water and power, and then there is proximity to municipal sewage. The site also does not contain prime agricultural soils, which in our coastal service plan, we are prohibited from having a coastal field office on prime agricultural soils. And this property doesn't require the development of any existing open space. Also with this property, as we go through the future planning process and design process, if the space would permit, there is a possibility of using the site to hold on-site coastal public meetings. And the reason for purchase for the open space properties. So these properties are visible from Highway 1, and protection of these properties does help preserve that view shed from Highway 1 and the city of Half Moon Bay. And then also there is the potential with the securing of additional property rights for a potential future connection to Johnston Ranch from these open space properties that are outlined in red here. And with this area of Johnston Ranch, there is future plans for a loop trail in that area. So, there is potential for future connection with securing additional property rights. The next few slides are just some photos of the commercial property site. So this is the existing structure that sits on the commercial properties. These are some additional photos of, this is more close up on the front and that circular driveway that comes off of Highway 1. Some photos from the back that's currently just used for vehicle parking. And then this is the access that's from the south of the property off Miramontes Point Road. And this is looking back at the parking area. Here's just some additional photos of the parking area that exists on the site. And moving on to the terms and conditions for this purchase. So the combined purchase price we are looking at is $8.1 million. And the way that breaks down is for the commercial property, $5.5 million. And then the two open space parcels, $1.3 million apiece. So $2.6 million for the combined open space properties. And these would be an as-is purchase of the property. So as is the commercial property with the existing structures and improvements, and similar as is purchase for the open space properties. And we are targeting a close of escrow at the end of March for this. So with that, I'll end on the general manager's recommendations and open it up to any questions and comments. Thank you.
Questions or comments?
Just that property that's the sort of most likely connection to Johnston Ranch, is that built on? Yeah, so pulling up the slide again, I believe this property here that I am kind of circling, kind of in this area, I don't believe this has any current improvements, if I'm remembering correctly. This other parcel, so there's kind of two properties that could be a chosen route. This parcel does have improvements on it.
Okay. Very good, Kristen Tucker.
Thank you. I'm just wondering whether you have had a chance to talk to the folks who have the month-to-month leases and what they're, what they'd like to do or how they're handling that.
Yeah, we haven't chatted with them yet about their what their interest is in continuing to rent the site, the 2 month-to-month tenants. However, with our process and wanting to use this site for a coastal field office, there's going to be a good amount of time there between when we take ownership of the property and then when we actually are breaking ground and construction. So there is a considerable amount of time in there that allows for some flexibility to work with those tenants and determine, you know, their interest in staying and how long, and kind of work through those agreements. So, and I think it's something that during our escrow period prior to close of escrow, we're going to be initiating those conversations and really figuring out that path forward.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
No questions, just a comment. Thank you, Aaron, and thank you, Alan, and thank you to the whole team. I have no idea how many people were involved in this, but wow, perfect property for what we need and just in the nick of time. In fact, maybe overdue, but sometimes these things take time.
Yeah.
So I'm very pleased with that. I'll be happy to second probably Director Christine Tucker's motion, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments beforehand? Okay, Director Kishimoto. I think I'll come back. I saw her hand before I saw hers. No, that's all right.
Well, I also think it's a perfect place and great opportunity. So thank you for bringing it to us. The one question I have, and maybe it's more for Stefan actually, but so the 5.5 million for the commercial properties from the general fund capital, is that coming from one of the reserves, or where in the budget it's coming from?
Stefan Jaslak, CFO. You're right, that does come out of reserve. We have a special reserve for these facilities for SFO and for the coastal office. So yes.
And I was trying to find it on the website, but it'd be good to kind of know the state of I know, because we're making all these acquisitions now, so.
We're making progress on it. It's similar to the way we did the AO, where we put money in it every year to save up for it. We still have a little bit of time before construction starts, before the real expenses start. So we're on track for that.
Okay.
For both the Skyline and the coastal area office.
Very good. Yeah. Good advance planning. Thank you.
No questions either, just want to thank you. Identification of these properties and pursuit of them on our behalf is just terrific. And so I'll be seconding the motion made by Christine Tucker and seconded by Director Ripple.
I think that's pretty clear indication of where we ought to go. So if you would call roll, please. Oh, okay.
And maybe do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comments.
Okay, well, before I make the motion, I just have to rave for a minute. Because when you think about the constraints that our real properties folks were under to find this property, it's like there was just the one, and it's this one. And the deal that you cut was so incredibly smart, and I just can't thank you enough. Having this property south of 92 is so incredibly important for emergency response and getting people out into the field quickly, so you don't have to deal with the 92 mess on Highway 1. No prime ag, commercial zoning. It's like, wow. And we're fortunate to have Mike Williams in the room too, because I know we've all, probably since I've been on the board, we've been looking for a coastal field office, a property that would work. So kudos to you all, and thank you. So with that, I will make the motion to approve the general manager's recommendations 1 through 4.
I'd be happy to second that.
Okay. Second. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Director Gleason?
Yes.
Director Christine Tucker?
Thank you very much for this.
Director Rosal?
Yes.
President Seer?
Yes.
Director Holman?
Yes.
Director Kishimoto? And Director McNiven?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Wow, that's a real thrill to get that piece that's as perfect as is possible. Okay. Keep glancing. Okay, we're up to board business number 10. The amendments to board policy 2.03, employee compensation guiding principles.
President Steer,
Yes.
we're going to move to number 9.
Did I
That's
skip
okay.
one? Oh. Yeah. I'm going to get better at this as we go along. Okay, number 9, I'm sorry, the Hawthorne's Historic Complex. I knew we were going to deal with that and wonder where it went, so, okay. Lower Barn Partnership Opportunity. We don't leave you alone, Golly, do we?
Good evening, directors. I'm Golly Basone, Planner 3. I'll be presenting on the Hawthorne's Historic Complex Lower Barn Partnership Project. I would like to acknowledge Erica Stonemeyer, Planner 3, Tina Huggs, Senior Planner, and Kelly Highland, Senior Property Agent, who are also part of the project team. On the screen is the General Manager's recommendation to pursue a partnership for rehabilitating and programming the Hawthorne's Historic Complex Lower Barn, and to bring the proposed terms and conditions of a partnership agreement to the Board of Directors at a later meeting for consideration of approval. On the agenda for tonight is a presentation followed by board questions, public comment, and board discussion and feedback. The Hawthorne's area of Windy Hill Open Space Preserve is 79 acres, located in the town of Portola Valley, west of I-280, near the intersection of Alpine Road and Portola Road. It is officially part of the Windy Hill Open Space Preserve, which is located less than a mile to the west. The historic complex is approximately 13 acres located on the southeast portion of the property and includes several structures that date back to the late 1800s. Due to the historic complex having unique resources, planning for the use and management of the historic complex is a separate project from planning for the rest of the Hawthorne's area. Planning for the Hawthorne's area plan is currently in the programming phase. There are multiple structures within the historic complex that are eligible for the National Register of Historic Places as a historic district due to its pattern of estate settlement along the peninsula in the late 19th and 20th century. 4 of the buildings have more significant historic features. These include the Hawthorne's house, the garage, the lower barn, and the cottage. These are circled in yellow on the map. Here are some photos of those 4 structures, buildings that I have more historically significant features: the garage, the lower barn, the house, and the cottage. Midpen has been working towards forming a partnership with community members since 2014. Due to the constraints of the site and the cost of reusing the structures on the site, this has been a challenge. In 2014, the district issued a request for letters of intent to identify community partners. This process led to identification of potential partners, but these partnerships did not come into fruition. In 2017, the district was introduced to community members, Jim and Patty White, who were initially interested in reuse of the Hawthorne's mansion as a group facility for adults with disabilities. The Whites worked with Midpen until 2019, when it was determined the reuse of the mansion was not feasible for a group facility at that time. In 2021, the district initiated a multi-year planning process to develop the Hawthorne's Area Plan, which is a comprehensive use and management plan guiding decisions for the property. The historic complex became a separate project from the rest of the Hawthorne's Area Plan due to the unique resources, opportunities, and constraints that are found within the historic complex. This allowed the district to take a more focused approach to address future use and management for the numerous buildings and structures within the complex. Nonetheless, the district recognizes that the historic complex is geographically part of the larger Hawthornes area property, which is why one of the board-approved goals for the historic complex is to ensure that the specific uses and management actions for the complex appropriately integrate with and complement the Hawthornes area plan. These are the board-approved goals for the historic complex. The Lower Barn Partnership Project supports goals number 2 through goals number 6. In particular, goal number 5, which is through partnerships, connect with the community to advance the district's diversity, equity, and inclusion goals, is supported by this project. Other ways this project supports goals is that it balances the use and programs for the historic complex with the district's mission, and it also achieves goal number 4, which balances long-term financial and operational sustainability with potential benefits. I will now share a little bit about the partnership opportunity. The project proposes to reuse 4,500 square feet of the lower barn as program community space for adults with developmental disabilities and delays. There is an overlap in goals between Midpen and our potential partners on this project. Our potential partners are seeking a commitment from the district by January 2025, which is why we are here today. The primary participants for these programs would be residents of residential and transitional living group homes for adults with disability. The rehabilitated barn could provide spaces for creative projects such as weaving, pressed flower artwork, sun prints, and other types of artwork that is inspired by nature. Participants in programs at the lower barn would allow for development of independence, vocational, and socialization skills. The beautiful Hawthorne setting is ideal for participants to connect with nature and promote self-expression. There's also potential for broader community participation in the programs through open house and docent-led tours. This partnership is an important step towards restoring and interpreting the structures in the historic complex for the public. It greatly enhances the district's operational sustainability. As mentioned, there are many challenges which have made finding viable partnerships difficult. This project also advances Midpen's DEI goals as outlined in our strategic plan, and Midpen would also be able to use the barn on a limited basis. This project has the potential for future programs and partnerships, such as with the Portola Valley School District. Activating this site opens the door to potential reuse of the other buildings on site by generating interest and a proof of concept. I will now present the work that has been done this past year to find out if this use and this partnership are feasible before entering into the design phase. We conducted a high-level feasibility analysis. We looked at different categories. The first is the alignment of this project with goals for both the larger Hawthornes area as well as for goals with the historic complex, and there is alignment with our goals. We also explored compatibility with the conservation easement for the property and determined that the project appears feasible. The lower barn does not have a foundation, so we did a geotechnical investigation to determine whether building a foundation was feasible and whether that would be within a reasonable cost range, and found that it is. We hired a historic architect and structural engineer to explore the feasibility of reusing the barn for this purpose and found that the project does appear feasible. We also explored the process for town entitlements and permitting through research and discussions with town staff and believe that the project would require a conditional use permit. We do not think there are substantial impacts to natural and cultural resources because the project is mostly limited to the existing footprint. As mentioned, future operational sustainability are greatly enhanced with this partnership. And the proposed program concepts of using the barn as an art space for adults with disability is compatible with the district's mission and goals. It does appear feasible to bring utilities to the barn, such as power, water, and sewer. We also examined whether the project could be compliant with codes such as fire, building, and accessibility and historic building codes. The design and permitting process will determine the code requirements. We have started discussions with the Whites on the partnership agreement terms and have alignment on our overall approach. We would return to the board with terms for a partnership agreement. Day use participants generally do not drive and would be transported to the site either by walking or by private shuttle. We do need a small parking area for staff and visitors and for accessible parking, and we anticipate that to be a 10 to 15 car parking area near the barn. We don't yet know the cost for the project, and that will be determined through the design and permitting process. Cost terms would be included in a partnership agreement, which would come back to the board for consideration of approval. Many of these elements will be further fleshed out during the design phase. We're really looking at high-level feasibility and whether to begin the design phase. I'll share next steps. To continue to work with our partners to develop the terms of the partnership agreement. And we anticipate coming back to the board for approval in fall of 2025. Pending the board's decision tonight, this project would be included in the fiscal year 26 Capital Improvement and Action Plan, and we would then start initiation of design. Staff would implement the interim stabilization and debris removal plan this spring and continue with the Hawthorne area plan as a separate project. Once again, this is the general manager's recommendation before you, and I can now answer board questions.
Anything, Margaret?
I think I'm okay. I've
Okay,
studied it.
there we go.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, and thanks to the committee for looking at this. I have a few questions. I guess one is the parking spaces, the 10, 15, is that for the whole site or is that just for the barn?
That would be for the historic complex. Yeah.
So does that mean it cuts off options for the future?
Depending on it's hard for us to say because we don't know
Yeah.
what the use will be in the future.
But you anticipate it would potentially take up the parking capacity?
Yes. Not fully. I mean, if we had residential use, there would probably be spaces for residents, but the use right now would be the parking for the barn.
So by the easement, conservation easement allows only 10, 15 spaces, is that right?
The conservation easement does not state how many spaces. It says limited parking. I'm thinking about the intent of the conservation easement and the conservation values. We wouldn't want to put a large parking lot in the historic complex. We anticipate the parking that is being anticipated off of Alpine Road as providing the majority of the parking for the historic complex with the accessible parkings and the staff parking at the lower barn.
Okay. Let's see, and then I assume it's a beautiful barn, but it's a barn. So you're anticipating full renovation of making it actually warm inside and.
Yes, that is a requirement for the participants. Would be a fully conditioned space to be available year round. I can't speak for the Whites, but from my conversations with them, they would like to be able to use the site year round and to provide as much access to day use participants as possible.
Mm, Could be expensive, but I guess the whole thing doesn't have to be conditioned. I guess.
Um, there's different design options to create conditioned spaces in a big barn or to fully condition the barn.
Mhm.
A lot of that will come in the design process because you have to take into account mechanical engineering, sound, acoustics, and the cost sharing terms would come forward in a future partnership agreement.
Okay, and what about water and indoor plumbing, or is it gonna be outdoor plumbing, or?
We would bring, we anticipate having restroom facilities and
Uh-huh.
having water. There is a water line through the property right along kind of the road that goes along Los Trancos. So we would want to tap into that, and that would be really important also for fire. We're anticipating, we still have to go through the process with Woodside Fire, but we're anticipating sprinklers, a hydrant.
I see, yeah, and it would be, it's connected to the town septic system?
There is a
system,
sewer line that
or
goes
it's-
right.
Or is it leach field, or?
There is a sewer line. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, right now it didn't have a restroom, but there is a sewer line that we would connect to.
Mhm. Okay, and I guess do you want the board to set some parameters on what the financial sharing would be? I mean, are we just gonna leave that completely in for discussion later?
It's a little bit hard. I mean, if you have thoughts, please share them, but it's a little bit hard without knowing sort of the cost of the project, like how much this rehabilitation would cost
Mhm.
to be able to say how much the district versus the whites would be putting in. The way our initial conversations are that the district would look at it, and maybe Kelly can kind of speak to this, but as like a landlord situation where if you were renting out like let's say a Starbucks and you owned the building, you're responsible for certain things and your tenant would be responsible for other things.
Mhm.
And so we're looking at the relationship in a similar fashion. Yeah, okay.
Hello, Kelly Highland, Real Property Group. Yeah, Gally had it correct. Well, the way we're looking at it is that we would look at contributing to stubbing utilities to the historic district or the
Mhm.
historic complex, and to give a connection point to then run to the lower barn for that particular use. The other item that the district most likely would take a larger proportionate share is on the access with the driveways, because that'll serve the entire complex. So that is the framework that we've discussed to this point.
Okay,
So
helpful, thank you.
The thing that's missing in the presentation is showing the board a couple of shots of the inside. It's really beautiful. It's really, really beautiful. So I think we're fortunate to have partners such as the Whites who are interested in doing this project, and the functions that are being considered for the barn, I think are just remarkable and much needed in the area. So I think we're very fortunate on that regard. I had one comment on it closed up on me. On page 4 of the staff report, right above fiscal impact, the larger paragraph, 3 lines from the bottom, it says, also per board approved goals, the partnership agreement and requirements regarding structure rehabilitation and reuse would be structured to follow applicable guidelines for the treatment of historic properties. Guidelines, yes, but there are also standards that have to be applied to. So that needs to be considered and added in this language. Does that make sense? Because that's a CEQA requirement of standards, not just guidelines. I hope when y'all are looking at this, that you're considering, there might be some trade-offs, and how to manage that. And I don't know what's gonna come, back to the board in terms of concept plans and that sort of thing. But there may be some trade-offs and maybe not. We have this beautiful barn. It's got some additions that have been tacked onto it that will come off, and appropriately so. But the outside is beautiful and the inside is gorgeous. So I look forward to seeing what the approach might be. I'd also, in one of my comments and discussion with somebody on the staff, I was saying that, and that you can take this comment for now or for later, whichever, but that it would be really, I think, prudent to have a preservation architect as a part of the lead team that looks at how the property is going to be dealt with. I thought Director Kishimoto had some very good questions. I think that most of which we talked about at the ad hoc, but the rest of the board didn't know that. So thank you so much for bringing this forward, and thank you to the Whites.
Good.
Thank you. So a quick comment and then a question. So I concur with what Director Holman, a colleague, as well as Director Gleason, who is on the committee. And thank you for all the excellent work that the staff did in helping us get to this point. And also a shout out to the Whites for being a potential partner here. We would not be here if it were not for them. So I'm looking forward to moving forward with this. My question, Gali, is maybe just to go into a little bit more detail about the potential public use of this space. So I really commend the Whites and how they are planning on programming it, but I think the public is probably going to be interested in this. So what about the rest of the public or the town of Portola Valley? And I know that's not nailed down, but could you maybe explain a little bit about what are some of the thoughts?
Sure. Well, first off, there are currently limited docent-led tours to the historic complex, so we anticipate that continuing with the added benefit of having a nicer structure to look at in terms of the lower barn. We have alignment with the Whites that the district has the public benefit. Some of the items that we were talking about are potentially like open house, having a limited number of spots for the programs be available to the general public, and the district being able to use the space on a frequency such as quarterly. Those exact terms will be part of the partnership agreement that we work out with the Whites, and then we would have to run that by post to ensure consistency with the conservation easement. But those are some ideas, and we definitely recognize the need. Planning for the rest of the historic complex would also bring some public benefit, and so we hope that by activating the site, that generates interest in some of the other structures, and that would be the idea would be planning for the rest of the historic complex and including public access and integrating it in a way that allows the public to experience the barn, but on a limited basis in order to protect the day use participants and to give them space, but then also providing opportunities for the public.
Great. Thanks, Gali. And just one other, I guess, shout out to the staff for, if you will, fast tracking the barn over the rest of the site. I think this is a great opportunity. Timing was important, but also I like the comments about this could be a model for some of the other buildings going forward. So I just think this has really worked out well so far. Look forward to it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Well, first off, thank you to the ad hoc committee. I mean, this is really an exciting opportunity and partnership, so I'm very much in support of it. And thank you to the Whites. I think they're perhaps here, but I have some questions just because I do, and because I wasn't on the ad hoc committee. And maybe they're just things that will come out in the partnership agreement, but I was curious the degree to which the town of Portola Valley has been bought into this and is in favor of it, or just kind of curious how that has gone, how those conversations have gone. Are there sticking points or things we need to?
We haven't done extensive outreach. The Whites did reach out to the neighbors to get their input and to present the project, and things were generally favorable. Their historic complex does not have the same amount of visibility as the rest of the Hawthorns area and the same number of neighbors. I anticipate that the neighbors in Portola Valley Ranch that are located in around the historic complex, I think there's 3 or 4 homes. They'll probably have concerns for themselves about privacy. We anticipate sort of the usual concerns related to traffic, which we think will be very minimal because we can shuttle folks as well as have them walk in, as opposed to having a lot of cars coming through like a big parking lot. We have also talked with the town staff, and they've been supportive of the project. I think we've also heard some positive feedback from town members that this is something that is really needed as well. So a mix of feedback that we've gotten so far.
Thank you. I was curious too about the neighbors and whether some outreach had already happened with them. And I think it's probably going to be important moving forward that kind of like we did with the folks on Skyline around the Cheryl site, you know, make sure everybody knows what's going on early. Question with regard to the design, you know, as we think about who gets to call, you know, who says, is it us or the Whites, or how do we figure that out, you know, in terms of moving forward with design on the property?
The district would retain a design approval authority over what the Whites presented. So essentially, the Whites would drive the initial design to fit their use of the property, and would submit it for us for review and approval. And so we're still working out essentially what level that approval will come at, whether it is at the staff level or back at the board level.
I see. Okay, thank you. A couple more questions. In terms of, I'm thinking about the long term of operations at this site, you know, and what we might envision in 20 years in terms of a partnership. I'm wondering if any thought has been given to that, whether, you know, we're looking at please.
Yeah, our initial discussions, the Whites have indicated a long-term lease of 55 years. They would be investing pretty heavily in this project, and so I'm sure they want to be able to utilize it. And they would be responsible for kind of in that landlord-tenant situation, the operations and maintenance, and then we would handle more of like the landlord type of improvements that need to be done.
I see. Okay, that's wonderful.
Although we would probably still take on like defensible space and those kinds of activities.
Okay. I think just one last comment. I really do. I really love this project from the perspective of providing impetus in the community for perhaps renovating the mansion and some of the other sites. I think this, if we can make a real success out of this, it will be really positive in the community and for the rest of what's going on in that historic complex. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to, since I think we're at the end of the ad hoc process, I wanted to give my thanks to all the staff members who were involved, and at the risk of missing people, I want to thank Gali, Tina, Erica, Kelly, Paul, Ivana, Jane, Susanna, Anna, Hillary, and I do apologize if I've missed there were a lot of meetings, and it was a great process. It was really fun. And I thought you all brought a lot of creativity, and it always felt like, it didn't feel like a hierarchical situation. It felt like everybody was empowered to bring forward their ideas. And I really enjoyed that. Also, thanks very much to the Whites for bringing forward this opportunity, and for the staff and the ad hoc for jumping on it, and really sort of shifting the process to focus on this one. I think it's been a good set of decisions. So just really appreciate everything that you did there. And I'm certainly all for this. I think one thing, to echo Director Riffle's comment or question, I think the question of, how will the public get to use it keeps coming up. And as we work forward towards the agreement, really fleshing out the detail in that will help people get more comfortable with the proposal. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. And I also really appreciated working with the ad hoc. I will say that the Whites have been very open about the public benefits. So we just haven't fleshed out the details, but so far our conversations have been positive.
Excuse me. Any other comments from the board? Do we have any public comment? Oh, Mr. Lehman?
Yes, again, Leonard Lehman, 850 Los Trancos Road, Portola Valley. And again, I'm an adjacent residential neighbor of this property. I did meet with Mr. White, and I'm just hold the Whites in great regard. I think they're doing great work in the community. And I've also met with staff on this issue. As an adjacent residential landholder, I have no objection to what has been proposed. As a member of the public and the general community, I would urge caution here for a number of reasons. One is that I think the public benefits, as I've understood them, are very, very limited. As I understand it, there are perhaps 14-ish individuals that would make use of this site for the most part. And again, the opportunities for the substantial public that lives nearby would be very limited. Also, it'd be a sweet deal if the Whites were to pay the great bulk of reconditioning that space. This is going to be extremely expensive. You've seen images of the barn. To turn that and to meet current codes structurally and in every other way, I mean, many times the cost of actually demolishing it and building from scratch. If the Whites are prepared to pay those bills, I think the district would benefit, and the public would probably benefit too, but I just wonder how much sense that really makes. Also, rather than present this as a model for development of the other historic structures on the property, I would suggest that it's more a very serious constraint on further development of the property. This is a 79-acre property, has a lot of potential for public use, and I would urge the board to develop a comprehensive plan for the property and then see how the structures could feed into that plan, rather than respond to this opportunity that's come up and piecemeal approach this, because due to the constraints of the conservation easement, it seems very likely that once you've made the decision to go with this proposal, you've determined the fate of this 79-acre property for the next 50 years, that it will foreclose on other opportunities. Parking has already been raised as an issue, but many of the proposed uses of the property would need the space of those 4,500 square feet of barn. And we're not building any new structures on this property. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Okay, we have no others.
Residents here, I have two online.
We do have, thank you, online.
Okay, I'll start off with Christy Corley. Christy, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself. Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to share that I also think it's a nice opportunity donation for the Whites. I am concerned about the limited public usage. We have 3 schools in the area: Priory, Corte Madera, and Ormondale. One is a middle school. Priory is a middle school with a high school. Ormondale is elementary. Corte Madera is middle school. So I think equal access to usage is important. So my question is, I go to Rancho San Antonio. I've ridden bikes in. I get my shade at the barn at Rancho. So many people use that barn. The public enjoys the barn, and the mission of this MROSD is 3 counties: Santa Cruz, Santa Clara, and San Mateo. And every resident should have access to utilize the barn. And that's what I wish for the barn. It's going to be beautiful. But we did not see the feasibility study attached to this agenda. We're just seeing it in the presentation for the first time. And we did not see on the map where the parking would be. So we're not getting all the information. But if you could please define the occasional usage and what entity will manage that schedule that you say would be 7 days a week. Is it a third party? Is it a neutral party? This is a very large barn, 4,500 square feet. And I think it should be accessible to many, as I've enjoyed the other barn at the other facility in Los Altos or in Cupertino. So my question also is, were any other nonprofit organizations notified of this agreement proposal opportunity since 2014 or between 2017 and 25? Because maybe there's more partners that want to be involved. So what will be written into the partnership regarding the percentage of time? Will it be 90-10? And the public will use it 10% and they use it 90? Is it 50-50? If it's 70-30? These are all of interest to especially Portola Valley residents and all the counties. So I believe your vision says to balance potential uses, improvements, and programs.
And then we have Karen Askey. You may please unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. My name is Karen Askey, and I'm a resident of Portola Valley. And I have been a member of the ad hoc committee that's looked at the other part of Hawthorne's. That's been a committee formed with members from the various Portola Valley committees. And I do think, to your question about awareness in Portola Valley, it's very limited right now. I don't think there's a lot of residents that actually know about this. I personally would love to see all of the historic, the mansion and the barns and all the buildings restored. I think many people would. But my recommendation is please do reach out to, we have a historic resources committee that should be contacted. We have a science and nature committee. And I do think there should be a little more outreach to the town and to the residents about it. Thank you.
That's it. Okay. And Richard Cravat. I'm sorry, I probably got your name wrong, but thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Richard Crevelt. I'm a Portola Valley resident. And like all of you, I concur that, Jim and Patty White are doing a phenomenal job in the community. Great people. And I'm not here to say what they should or shouldn't do. I am here to say, though, that I think that the barn is the wrong use for what they're doing on several grounds. First of all, in the structural report that was done in 2014, it was stipulated in that report that the barn should be structurally supported and fenced off and not used for public use. So you should go back to a previous report that was done in 2014 for the, excuse me, for the board. The adding the utilities that have even been suggested tonight, a bathroom, electricity, sprinklers would devastate the historic value of that building. It's as beautiful as it is because it's a 120, 130-year-old building, and it's withstand Mother Nature, and we're going to ruin it by adding a bathroom and heating, air conditioned. That is not, I don't believe, what the conservation easement stands for. It stands for a historic preservation of this property, and I don't think that those things fit within that realm. Lastly, I can tell you a lot of the residents of Portola Valley have not been informed. They're very concerned with parking, privacy. To what extent is the use of the barn restricted to? It's a large property. Right beyond the barn is a huge meadow, and nobody wants to see that be turned into a parking lot at all. So the parking lot definitely has to be defined, and the parking in general. I think lastly, I do think it's the wrong approach to start with a very less significant building than to address a Julia Morgan perceived garage that was designed by her in the 1920s, the historic house, even the homestead house, which they call the cottage, all with very, very significant, benefit. And I think that a plan in its entirety, including the parking that needs to come into that, whether or not it's a single residence or use for the general public, has really got to be considered in its entirety. Nope, that's all. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have any more?
We do not have any more. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now it's time for board deliberation. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Anybody on staff who would like to respond to some of the things that were brought up?
I can respond to a few things. I guess first I want to clarify that the day use participants would not just be in assisted facilities in Portola Valley, but it would be made available to the regional community of adults with developmental disabilities that are in group homes. So it would be beyond the 13 or so participants in Portola Valley. Also, I just wanted to share that this was a feasibility analysis. We would go to the community in the next phase. We first have to come to the board and present this information prior to going out into the community. So we definitely hear the feedback from the community and will be responsive to it.
And then this is Ana Ruiz, General Manager. So I do want to stress that this is a very initial step. Before we can go out to the public for engagement, outreach, input, we needed to come to you first to determine whether you even would allow us to pursue that. So that's why we're here today, is Does the board as a whole feel that this is a worthy project for us to now take on? And if so, there would be a whole planning process around that. So that has not begun yet. This is, again, very early stages. The other thing that I also want to say is we are an open space district, and so we rely heavily on partnerships to rehabilitate and maintain and reuse historic structures, especially when it is a complex of structures. And in this case, it is. I believe there's 13, is that correct? 13 different structures on the property. And so for us to be able to pursue any type of rehabilitation, stabilization, interpretation, reuse of any kind for this magnitude of structures, we need partnerships. And so because we're looking for partners to help us to bring in the funding to make this happen. We can bring a certain amount, but we rely heavily, significantly on significant dollars coming in from partners to make this happen. And so we had gone out a number of years ago with, requests for proposals, and unfortunately, it did not result in a viable partnership at that time. From that came this possibility with the White family. And so that possibility stayed as a thought. And then the lower barn came in as a real true possibility to look at a real partnership with, again, significant dollars coming in to make this happen as a public and nonprofit partnership. And so for us, this is a very unique opportunity that does not come often. And we are very hopeful that this will inspire others when they see the possibility that exists to come and also look at other possibilities for the other structures, to program those, to bring in the funding, to rehabilitate those, and to operate those. So again, it's these opportunities are very hard to come by. And once you have one, those can then trigger other opportunities in the future.
Okay. Okay, Karen, sorry.
I was wondering if maybe, Golly, while you're up there, you're still there. If you might speak to their comments also about people not knowing about this, maybe you could say a little bit more about the public outreach and public process.
Yeah, so as Anna mentioned, we first had to come to you. Following this decision, it would go onto our action plan. We would anticipate holding like an open house session similar to what was done with the Hawthorne's area plan. Staff went out and had an open house for community members to come learn about the project and to hear feedback. So we and got good reception from the community that they appreciated that opportunity. So we anticipate doing something similar, and then reaching out to the immediate neighbors as well.
Well, and there's also the town of Portola Valley process too, which is all public.
Correct. That is correct. Yeah, we would go through the process for them for the conditional use permit, which is what we anticipate needing.
The fun is just beginning. Okay, any further comments or questions? All right. In that case, may I have a recommendation?
I move the general manager's recommendation.
Okay, moved by Kurt, second by Karen. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Director Gleason?
Yes.
Director Christine Tuck?
Yes.
Director Riffle?
Yes.
President Seer?
Yes.
Director Holm?
Yes.
Director Kishimoto? Director McNiven?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, directors, and thank you especially to the ad hoc committee members for all your hard work. And to the Whites.
Okay, we're up to, I'm just taking the time, whether we need a quick break or whether we can
Can
do.
Gally go home now?
Close. Okay, we get item number 10, and I think we can do this relatively, without stretching it too long. So this is regarding amendments to Board Policy 2.03, Employee Compensation Guiding Principles. And the general manager's recommendation is to adopt the amendments and provided in attachment 1 to this item is unanimously supported by the Action Plan and Budget Committee. Is there anyone who is on the, I guess we're ready for another presentation. Yes, sir, please.
Stefan, you did it again. You. We're still here. We're right behind you.
Okay. Good evening, Stefan Jaschlak, CFO. I'm here with you to discuss the compensation philosophy. We'll go through a little bit of background, a little bit of benefits. We'll definitely go into the comparator agencies. Then we'll look at the compensation philosophy itself and options. Then I'll walk you through the general manager's recommendation. We'll also look at fiscal impacts to staff as well. That's also very important. And then the implementation schedule. And of course, feel free to ask questions as we go along on the slides. And if I do get stumped or stuck on an answer, I do have the HR gurus here with me, Candace Bass-Knight and Rebecca Wolf. They'll save me, hopefully. So as far as background, as a district, we rely on dedicated professional staff to fulfill our mission, and we do recognize the importance of offering competitive compensation and benefits so we can attract but also retain top talent. So back on September 25th of last year, the board received information presentation on the compensation philosophy, but also on the comparator agencies and potential updates to consider. We had a good back and forth regarding question and answers, and we were directed to present some additional information and a recommendation first to the Action Plan and Budget Committee prior to returning to the full board tonight. The information presented to the board was also presented to staff during an all-staff meeting on October 2nd, and then additional questions from staff were raised and also answered. The presentation for the December 10th ABC meeting was first previewed with staff during an all-staff meeting on November 21st. And we received feedback at that time as well. Then on December 10th, we presented to ABC with additional information, recommendations to the compensation philosophy and the comparators. And ABC unanimously approved the general manager's recommendations to be brought forth to the full board January 22nd. A little bit repeat on the benefits and optional programs. As you can see, we have quite a number of benefits available to our staff. They're grouped in health and wellness, retirement, flexible work arrangements and paid leave time, and other. The italicized benefits were added in the last couple of years. We've enhanced the EAP program. We introduced a wellness program in addition to the existing medical, dental, life, et cetera, benefits on the health side. On retirement, we included industrial disability retirement for staff, and certain staff also now have a 401A plan with some district contribution as well for certain classifications, as well as the retiree health contribution amount was also updated. On flexible work schedule, you can see there's quite a bit of benefits as well, different kinds of leave, vacation, sick, personal. We have a very good telecommuting and hybrid option. And we added an additional paid holiday, I believe about 1.5 years ago on Juneteenth. And then there's also the other category with savings plan for college, commuter initiative programs if people carpool or bike to work. We have tuition reimbursement programs, residential housing, etc. There's, as of August, the annual cost for this is probably approximately about 45% of base wages for benefit eligible employees. So that's 10.7 million in addition to the wages of 23.8. So the total cost base wage plus benefits to the district is about 34.5. And for government entities, it's very normal to have a huge part of the budget to be personnel, wages and benefits. We added an additional slide with some benefits and optional programs, and those are not just benefits afforded by the district, they're also by the state or federal. You can see on the financial side, we do have acting assignments here where people get an opportunity, but also a little bit of a pay bump. But then there's also state benefits like disability, paid family time leave, workers' comp we have sick leave conversion at retirement, and then also we have a catastrophic leave program. Then there's also federal and state mandated leaves like bereavement that we provide. We have military leave, leave for victims of crimes, jury duty, also for emergency duties, and time off to vote. And then there's also other pay. Those are depending on certain skills, certifications, etc. But we also have longevity pay and meritorious pay. We have bilingual compensation, uniform pay, shift differentials, driver's license, commercial driver's license differential, onto certified arborist, trainer, biological monitor, and also the fire program. So most of these are available to full, regular, and limited term employee, Midpen employees. And some are also available to seasonal. Okay. Would you like me to pause? No? Calculated very differently, and they can therefore also tell different stories about that data. So let me give you an example. As I said, the mean is the average, so you add them all up and you divide it by however many values you have, and that's your mean, that's your average. If your data set is very simple, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, you add them all up, you divide it by 5, you get the mean is 30. Now, if you have a high outlier, 10, 20, 30, 40, 1,000, it's a little bit extreme, but just to illustrate the point, you add them all up, you divide them again by 5, all of a sudden your value instead of 30 is now 220. And you can have the same thing on the low end. If you have 1, 10, 20, 30, 40, same formula, then you wind up with, instead of 30, you wind up with 20.2. So neither one of those outlier examples really do justice to the tendency of the data. Okay. Now the median is the middle of the data set. So for the normal data set, it's 30, because that's the value right in the middle of them. There's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. 30 is in the middle. If you have that high outlier, that includes the 1,000 number, the middle value is still 30. So it still applies, it still works. If you have the low outlier, it's still 30. So you can, by using the median, and that is actually the best practice in the HR compensation study, you can insulate yourself against a high and a low outlier. Work it back to the middle. Because, we typically do have outliers, and that goes in both directions. And we're not getting skewed by those because, like I illustrated, it really is an accurate representation of a typical salary. It ensures that our compensation decision reflects that tendency of the majority of all the comparators rather than being influenced by a few extremes. So they're both useful, but again, median really is the best practice, and it gives a really good, solid outcome of the comparators. Any questions on mean versus median? Another question was regarding living wage. The living wage calculator was created at MIT to more comprehensively estimate the employee's earnings or living wage that a full-time worker requires to cover the cost of their basic needs, where they live. So it is different based on geographic area. So it'll be different here in our area versus Montana versus Florida. Those are all different calculations because prices are different of the basket of goods that they look at that are needed to live and that you need to be able to afford. And that includes food, childcare, healthcare, housing, transportation, and a number of other items. So based on the total compensation package by the district and contributions to healthcare and the CalPERS retirement package, we are very confident that all full-time employees are earning well over the Bay Area hourly living wage as individual workers. In fact, I just looked it up during the meeting, and the starting salary of the lowest full-time employee is the starting salary is slightly above the living wage, and then it goes up from there. So it works. Another question we received was the personal consumption expenditures index versus the consumer price index. So PCE versus CPI. CPI is most widely used as a measure of inflation, and we have used it every time we go to the table to negotiate MOUs. The personal consumption expenditure price index, the PCE, is another measure that also tracks how people pay for goods and services. It's also known for capturing inflation, but the basket of goods is different between the two. One example is the CPI looks at airfare in a standardized method, looks at a specific route and looks how the prices change. The PCE, for example, they look at what people bought most, and those values can be different. So then you also wind up with different inflation rates. And I can illustrate that in this table. This should look familiar to you. So in the left column, we have the different years, and we have the base wage adjustment, the BWA, typically 3%, plus an additional 4% in November of 2022. Straight total is 43% increase since 2012. If you compound it, it's 52.6%. Now, if we put the CPI next to it, the total winds up being 41.2%. It's very close to the 43%, so we're tracking very closely. But if you look at the PCE, because they have a different basket and a different calculation, the increase would only be 32.9% on a straight addition, or 47.4 compounding. So it's a different calculation, and the CPI is more accurate, and it has worked very well for us, and that's why we also recommend continuing with that measure rather than switching. It was a good question, but I think we can see that it works. So the compensation study, the way it works is we look at all the comparator agencies to see where we have, if we look at a specific classification from us, to see where we have matches within other comparator agencies. Sometimes they're bracketed where you take an average of two positions because it doesn't quite exactly compare. And then we need at least 4 hits, 4 matches to have a statistically valid information so we can determine where we should be. And to do all this effectively, we need to have the right set of comparators. And since 2013, compensation studies, we had a board-approved list of 14 comparator agencies. We did an initial comparator agency analysis, and we analyzed 28 agencies, and 13 were identified as top ranking. And I'll show you in a minute what the ranking entailed. At the September 25th board meeting, there was also a question, should we add Samtrans and maybe other special districts? I'll give the answer on the slide following this one. So we looked at the comparison scores is geographic proximity, because right now we have comparators out in Riverside and far away. Also looking at open space acreage, looking at the full-time equivalence comparison to see if it's about a sizable comparison, or expenditures, cost of living comparison, and then comparable services. So those are 6 different criteria. And in this case, a low score is good. It's kind of like playing golf. You want to keep it as low as possible. So of the agencies that we looked at, you can see highlighted in yellow, we kicked out County of San Diego because it's out of the area. Same thing with Boulder, Colorado, both the county and the city. And then also County of Riverside because they're kind of far away. So our initial recommendation was to go all the way down to, of course, East Bay Regional Park. We need to have them in there. We received a question, should we also include San Francisco, city and county? Because we are, I guess you could say, competing with them, or at least recruiting in the same market. We have quite a number of staff that actually live in San Francisco, so that makes sense. If we do skip that way, we should also include the Hayward Area Recreational District. They also have similar services. But if you go down the list, you look at Samtrans, they're down at 25, line 25. They don't really have they're at score 120, so that's getting far away. And then VTA is at 128. So we don't recommend including those. Their business model is very different. They also charge fees. We don't. They have rail. We don't. We have open space. They don't. There's quite a few differences there. Certainly.
Yeah, I had asked that about Samtrans because we do trade personnel there, but obviously they don't have open space. So it's one of the criteria they have manage open space, and obviously they don't.
Right.
I mean, were they out there penalized because of that?
That is one of the comparison criteria, sure. They also have a different, what do you call it? Different product, if you will, different service that they provide than we do. So,
There's also, this is Honoree's general manager. We're also looking at agencies that have classifications similar to ours so that we can be able to benchmark against them. And we have some classifications that are, I'd say, more unique and aligned to open space, including our resource management specialists, our rangers, those type of positions that they would not have.
right. We also looked at, so we originally did a 12 position study that was basically across different departments and also across different hierarchy levels. And you can see there how many matches that we found within, within the proposed group of comparators. You can see 12, 10, 9, City Mountain View, we had 11. The lowest there is 5 with Hayward Area District. San Francisco is 9. So what I'm trying to say is we have a good, solid group of comparators on that list that provides us with sufficient matches to have a good statistical outcome for the classification studies that we do to determine how to place a salary. This is a similar table also again with the 12, but this was during the compensation studies that we did leading up to the September 25th initial meeting, where we studied the 52 classification benchmarks. So the average number of matches would be 10. This gives you an overview of how many comparator agencies other people use. Most of them are hovering around 10, 12. Sacramento uses 14. Santa Clara 22, and that could quite very well be because of a wide variety of positions. So the wider your variety is, the more comparators you would need in order to have sufficient matches. And you can also see like East Bay Regional Parks is similar. They vary by group. They don't have an agreed upon list. But that gives you an idea of, 10, 12, 14. So with our proposed 15, we're pretty much right there. The other thing we did is we looked at if we change comparator agencies, does it really move the needle much? And it doesn't. With our current 14 agencies, we're about 2% above. With the proposed original 13, we'd be at 0.8 above, and with the proposed 15, we're at 0.4 above. So it's very similar whether you have the 13 or the 15. And in a couple of slides, I'll explain why that is. Let's see. So we looked at the sample survey, we looked at the philosophy, and like I said, it doesn't really move the needle much if we include Hayward Area Recreational District and the City County of San Francisco, but it does include those agencies that we do compete with or recruit in the areas. So the cost of labor modifier, we've used that because we have a lot of out of the area comparators. And that was always one of those challenges. Originally, that list was established because we needed sufficient number of matches. We've grown, our positions have also evolved. That's why we're looking at it again. So whatever agencies we have that were out of the area, and I'll show you the table in a minute, we would put the modifier on there. And those are calculated by the Economic Research Institute, and they do that for the whole country, and they do thousands of those. And they've been doing it for over 30 years. So here you see highlighted in yellow how some of those modifiers work. If you're at about 100% compared to us, as far as the salary structure, then you don't need the modifier. But if you look at Boulder, Colorado, you're at if the salary is about 75,000, the modifier is 85.4%. So you divide that into their salary to bring it back up to our level to get back to apples, because their cost of living is very different. So their salary models are different. So we need to kind of bring that back up to our area. Any questions on that part? And because we modify all of those out of the area, it really levels the playing field. So changing the comparator agencies doesn't necessarily change our salaries, but what it does do is bring everybody closer into our geographic area. And also intuitively, it makes it more sense to have them local now that we can, and we are assured of enough matches. And here you can see how those percentages play out. We're at 100% always. Then if you look at the line below us, County of Sonoma, their regular salary would be 11,688. Because their modifier in this case is 88.4%. If you divide that out, the math would bring you to 13,222. Very close to our wage in this example. And that's how that works. So then if we look at the compensation philosophy analysis or options, so we have the 52 benchmark positions, and we look at the percent below or above or below our comparator agency list. And we did that two different ways. We looked at percentile, which is what we currently use, or the median plus a certain percentage. If you first look at the percentile list, you can see at about the 60th, we're about 1% off. Once you go up to like 75th, we're actually 2.8% below. If you go all the way up to 100, we're 15.2% below. An easier calculation, especially if you don't have a whole lot of matches, and like I said, you need a minimum of 4. Easier calculation is just to take the median and then add a percentage to that rather than dealing with percentile. You can see currently, if it's median plus, we're at 3.3% above the median. If we do median plus 5%, we're about 1.6 below. 10%, we're 6.4% below, and then 15%, we're 11.3 below. And if you correlate them a little bit, the two tables, you can see that, for example, the 10% median plus 10 at 6.4%, it falls somewhere close to 85th percentile. Does that make sense? Yeah. Your question?
Can I ask why it's negative?
Because that's below.
That's right.
So negative is because we're below, so we're under. So in order to get up to median plus 10, we need to add 6.4% on the average salary for those 52%, or 52 positions. Yeah? Director Kishimoto, you had a question?
Yes, so based on this table, I mean, if we adopt this plan, this policy of the median plus 10% tonight, we're assuming that we would raise the overall pay package by 6.4%.
Not exactly, and
Not exactly.
you're a few slides ahead of me.
But why not? That's what I would assume from this table. But.
I'll explain that to you in a few slides, if I may.
Okay, and well, the other question I have, and it's kind of the question about, the impact on the overall, how it all works. But I'm just kind of curious. I mean, what do these other 15 comparative agencies, what do they have as their compensation philosophy? I mean, if everyone said median plus 20%, does that mean every year we would?
Like we're chasing our tail almost, keeping up with the Joneses.
Yeah.
A lot of them are at median.
At median, just
A lot
median.
of them are at median, yeah. And if you think about it, our workforce is compared to a lot of the comparator agencies, not that big to make a big splash as far as that goes. We have about 200 people right now. Palo Alto has many more, so does Mountain View. So as far as that goes, we're not a huge competitor, but by providing a solid salary, we will be able to attract the high top talent that we want and also be able to retain them better.
Yes, yes, yeah, you definitely want, it's definitely great. I know our staff does a great job of recruiting, and yeah, we want to keep who we recruit. And I suppose if you get to the point where nobody leaves, then I suppose you understand, maybe you're paying too much, but.
Well, turnover is expensive. I mean, if you have a position vacant for, let's say, 6 months, that means 6 months there's no work in the position, right? That's expensive. And then you need to ramp them up. So, some positions could take a year before they're really up to speed.
Yes,
right?
yeah. Okay, I'll let you continue with,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. So that circles back to the general manager's recommendation, and there's more to come after the recommendation. The recommendation is to go to median plus 10%, define that as a competitive salary. So that's the top range of a classification. Also to include those 15 agencies as our comparators. And then another part of it is we need to update the board policy, that's 2.03, the employee compensation guiding principles. We need to eliminate the 60th percentile cap because, as I showed in the previous slide, or 2 slides ago, it's closer to 80 something, almost 85% percentile. And then also not doing the Y rating. Everybody knows what Y rating is? Okay. So that basically if a person classification in the study falls below their current salary, they're Y-rated and they won't receive the 3% increases in July typically until they're caught up to the normal comparable again. Right. When we look at the fiscal impact, median plus 10, over time, it'll grow our wages by expense by 2 million. It won't happen immediately, and I'll explain how that works. And there may also be some costs associated with using some different comparators here and there based on, could be for different positions, but that probably won't be a whole lot. So what will the impact of staff actually be? So first of all, it's important to note that any change in the district's compensation philosophy will not result in an automatic increase to an individual's employee compensation. So we're not just hitting the factor up. What we do instead is we will go to Gallagher that did our benchmark classification study or compensation study last couple of years and have them redo it based on the new comparators and the new philosophy. Then we will come back to the board with that new classification range to, of course, you approve that, and then the individuals will be reassigned in the new range in the step closest to but not less than what they're currently at. So if somebody currently is at, let's say, range 30, step 8, and they need to go up to, they'll go up to range 32, but they'll drop down to step 6. What happens then is the old way, they would only have an increase for 1 more year in steps. In the higher range, they'll actually have 2 more years of growth. Okay. And that also helps retention. People like to see their paycheck grow, of course. Oh, this is the Y rating. I was ahead of my my presentation. So basically, if if the survey is at or above the new target, there's no equity adjustment needed, right? and no Y rating will be made. Now, if the compensation is below the new target, then people will move up to the new range in a step closest to, but not less than their current. The other thing is also currently, if you're eligible for longevity pay or meritorious pay for at-will managers, and you're eligible for that currently at step 10, so when you're maxed out, if you do go to a higher range and you're no longer in step 10, you have to wait until you reach step 10 again in order to receive that.
Does that encourage people to stay or leave? Sounds to me like it encourages them to leave.
Well, no, because I would hope they would stay because their base salary, which is also feeds into their pension, increases.
Okay.
Right, the longevity or the meritorious pay is not does not feed into your pension, but the base salary does. So your base salary will go up the following year when you're in the higher range and you receive a new evaluation. No, it's a good question. This is a little bit of an illustration how that would work. If you're in step 10 and you go up a few ranges, you drop down on the step. So we were hoping to have this all wrapped up, basically have the new compensation calculations in and approved and effective by July 1st, 2025. We need a few months to run through all of these calculations, of course. But this also shows a little bit more of the retirement. And it really increases you because if you make, like, if it's 92.33 per year, the increased value of 1% longevity will also go up, right? Because it also goes up by 92%. So you really benefit multiple ways. Your total wage goes up, it's purgeable, and ultimately your longevity or meritorious also goes up because your base wage is higher. So as far as the implementation schedule, if the board approves this, then we will go to Gallagher and they'll need probably February through early April to recalculate the 52 benchmark classifications that we looked at for the compensation study in the last couple of years, recalculate them. Of course, HR will review and analyze that and revise the district's classification and compensation plan for your approval, and you approve that every year along with the budget. And so that would be in June. The board can consider the applicable changes to the classification and compensation plan that's set schedule with all the classifications and the salaries, and then make that effective July 1st, whichever pay period that will be, that includes that. And that then loops me back to the general manager's recommendation. Both slides, the median plus 10, the 15 comparator agencies, and then updating the board policy accordingly by removing the 60th percentile cap and also removing the practice of Y rating employees. Questions?
I got it more than I did last time.
Great.
Yeah. I think I have one more step to go, but I'll save it for another time.
There'll be more steps coming.
Presidency, I do not have any.
I'll make a motion in my croaky voice to accept the general manager's recommendation.
I'll second.
May we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Gleason,
Yes.
Director Christine Tucker,
Yes.
Director Riffle,
Yes.
President Seer,
Yes.
Director Holman, Director Kishimoto, Director McNiven.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick comment and thank you. Thank you, Candace, Rebecca, for your help, and Stefan for patiently walking us through this. Yeah, a great job, especially at 9:30. But I just want to say this is I think Candace has really been kind of warning us over the years, is that we're kind of falling behind. We're falling behind, and so I'm really happy. Thank you, board. I think for kind of stepping this up. I think this should help. One factor of helping us attract and retain our employees. It's probably a little bit overdue, in fact, but I really appreciate all the good work that went into this. So,
yeah,
please.
Of course.
Really quickly. This is Candace, the HR manager. I really want to thank the executive team, obviously Stefan, who just rocks and rolls, but also Brian and Susanna were part of this as well. Rebecca is just awesome in terms of the numbers, the slides, all the detail. And thank you, General Manager, for asking us questions upon questions upon questions upon questions, just really making sure and shepherding this. I just wanted to say that, that without Anna pushing us, this wouldn't have come out as highly polished as it is. So more to come, more recruitments, more retention, rock and roll. Thank you.
Actually, we have.
That's my fault. I'm sorry about that. I also want to mention that Sam, who's half up there over there, our management fellow, did a lot to really on the back end also really crunch all the numbers as far as the percentiles and median plus this, median plus that, and I think there were probably about 20 different scenarios that she ran that came into this result. So.
Was the end result a surprise to you?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Yeah.
I think we're in a good spot with where we landed as far as median plus 10. I think it's very good to bring the comparators in geographically.
Yeah.
Even if it's just intuitively, because as I showed that, you know, the calculations in and of themselves leveled it out, even if it's far away. But for people applying, for us recruiting, now we're comparing ourselves to the ponds that we fish in. And I think that makes a lot more sense, psychologically, intuitively, whatever you want to call it, but yeah. And then as we went over, I don't know if that was at the ABC or in September, this is one of the steps to make differences. But next fiscal year, we will look to tackle the career ladders to fill that out as well, to, again, increase retention and make it more attractive for people to stay here, which reduces our turnover, reduces our cost that way. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So it says kind of I'm sure this is such a tough job, but the internal equity issue, because I know the, people have come and spoken to us about, like planner versus capital and such. Is that, when is that
Right.
being going to be looked at?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's in full swing for the planning department and the engineering and construction department. Actually, this week, the PDQs, and the price stands for position description question. So not for pretty darn quick, but they were due to the managers this week. So the managers will review it and it'll keep going up the chain, and then Gallagher will do their review. So it all goes in lockstep with what we decided tonight as well. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other staff member who wishes to say something to us? Okay, thanks, Brian.
Staff report, is that okay? I wasn't clear if that was asking for this comment for this item or a staff report.
I'll get better.
So just, no, very, very quickly, I just wanted to update you. We met with Rick Barfett and Melanie Moore with the Friends Beach Tables last Friday. We had a very positive kickoff meeting to talk about a long-term agreement. The short-term agreement is going smoothly. We're still working out a few of the little particulars here and there about who's going to be responsible for some things. But then we expect to have like a framework that we'll bring to you in March. Once the board reviews that, gives feedback, then we can start actually developing a long-term agreement that will bring back to the board for approval and hopefully have in place, sometime around the beginning of the fiscal year.
Super, thank you, Brian. Any other staff report? Committee reports? Do we have any committees? No committees. Okay, board report, board member report. No, go ahead, Erica.
Let's see, January 16th, I attended a BCDC meeting, and it was it is a fairly controversial topic about taking away bike lanes on Richmond Bridge.
Oh.
So we haven't made a decision yet. It was a study session. And then Director Riffle and I actually went to just an informal meeting with the Friends of Stevens Creek this morning. And we need to bring the rest of the board up to speed at some point.
Okay, super. Karen.
I got notified yesterday that I'd been reappointed to the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority Board.
Congratulations. I attended the Valley Water Commission meeting this afternoon representing us. Okay. Anybody else, Kurt? You got connected there, Billy? Craig? Bye, George. We're adjourned. Thank you.